as OBS picks up my screen, I will be right with you. OBS, please do your job. Hey. Okay, let's add a source. If it doesn't want to do that, let's just capture the whole damn display. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th stream of the Outer Worlds. I am your host, Arun Dragon. If you're new, don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to see more. And I do have a Discord. The link is down in the description. It's not very fancy yet, but it's a place where you can discuss what games you would like to see on the channel. So, when we last left off, we went to Monarch at least long enough to pick up Nyoka, which is the last member of our crew, and finish some of the side quests in and around Monarch Bay. So, then after that, we went off to start the Murder on Eridanos DLC to investigate the murder of Halcyon Helen. Also, hello Dyrugger, Mary, Haptar, and Carrie, who are already waiting for the stream. Wow, Halcyon is taking an unusual amount of time to load. Also, turning my air conditioner to yes. Okay. So, here we are at the Grand Colonial, or the Grand Colon anyway. Hard to say. Let me collect I'm going to run around real quick and find a few of the points of interest and fast travel points before we really get into it. And also, while we're at it, pick up some merchandise. Like I said, pick up some merchandise. So, because there are a lot of points of interest and a lot of fast travel points, And yeah, especially here, Haptar, because, well, because this is run by Rizzo. So, okay, there's the hotel to the spaceport. 1900 XP there. Ooh, a Mark III light assault rifle? What's the DPS on that? 1208. Yeah, I think my assault rifle Ultra is getting replaced soon. Ah. You know, the annoying thing is, I have a suppressor on my... I have a suppressor on my hunting rifle Ultra, but it's a barrel mod. The sure and straight barrel is a barrel mod, so you can't have both. You either have the extreme range or the reduced sound. Mag to zap, and the extendicite. Ooh. Another site that has a set of that really good armor, but still doesn't have a helmet for it. I mean, it's the same helmet as the one they're wearing. It just has a higher armor rating on it. Thief's note. Sullivan, we got a new mark today from the bellhops. Green ship, craters on the back wall. Jewelry box should be there. Let's see. Found that. Found that. These folk are so rich they probably won't even notice it went missing. The fence in the warehouse should be buying. Make sure to keep the bellhops cut before you go spending. Whoop, wrong one. That. Spacer's Corona. Another 5 lockpick crate. All that for some energy cells, bit cartridges, and an axe. And apparently, a dead end. Okay, well, let's go back around. Check the map, make sure. Okay. What I'm doing is I have an interactive map on my left screen that will that lets me keep track of what I've already found. I mean, you know, fast travel points and stuff like that. But the problem with that is that's also the screen that's got my OBS on it, which I'm using to monitor the chat. So every once in a while I might go. I might not. Every once in a while, I might miss something that you say on chat, just because I'm not currently looking at it. Just thought I'd warn you about that. The hotel to the pilot house. Yeah, and where would I put that screen? Because right now, the only place that I have where I could put something like that is on top of my printer. My apartment, the landlord would not like that. Assuming I even knew where the studs in the walls were. Well, there's one of the mods that I want for... Oh, hello. There's the helmet, and the other one had the armor. And there's one of the upgrades that I wanted for this. Yeah, but the only problem with that is, what if the only place to put it is behind my other monitors? If I can't see it, it makes no difference to me.
Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch. Sugar gel flakes and purple berry flavored power nuggets. Now with 12% more crunch.
Well, once I find a good workbench. Oh, and since I'm here, let's see, what armor does she have? She's got pretty good armor. 30, well, it's my old armor, I think. Vicar Max, what have you got? Well, she's getting a bonus, or they're both getting a bonus from perks that I have. Yeah, but the problem is all of your monitors have to fit on those stands. And one of my I actually have a dual monitor stand that I was hoping to use. Unfortunately, one of my monitors, the screw holes are in all the right places, but the screw holes are in an indentation that doesn't fit. So either I have to cut part of the plastic of the TV away, of the monitor away, or I have to cut the metal bracket down to match the back of the monitor. Or buy another damn monitor. And I'm not really happy about it.
Oh, smells worse than rancid salt tuna. Oh, boy, I think it's coming from the pool.
Not to mention it has saltuna in the pool. Those are saltuna skeletons. Oh, no, those are sprat skeletons. Okay, never mind. Still. Hello, Dolph.
Oh, you're that inspector. Right. Sorry, but the pool's currently closed on account of it stinking worse than my boss. What can I do for you? Space me if I knew. I got here from my shift this morning and found it this way. They can't yell at me for this one, which is good, because a lot of folks seem upset by it.
This morning, so it happened just before the Spectrum Brown launch?
Gee, you're pretty sharp. Yeah, the reception party would have extended out here, but we had to close it off. What with the contamination. And now the reception ain't happening anyway. Can't do much now but wait for the stench to wear off. We found the individual hired to clean face down in a puddle of his own spit in the orchards. Guess he won't be helping.
Face down in his own spit?
Look, I call it how I see it. They found the poor slackwit alongside syringes enough to put down a herd of mantisaurs. His family will have to be fined. Rizzo should have been more careful about who they hired. They're lucky nothing got permanently damaged.
Something about this sounds off kilter.
Alright. You may want to visit the sun parlor. That's where that Rizzo's fool mixed the chemicals he used. Oh, and you can talk to Lily, my boss. She probably has some great advice. I saw her walk toward the bridge to the Purpleberry Orchards earlier. Reckon she's still there. Now, anything else I can do for you?
Got some questions about the pool.
Go in, I can answer anything you like.
You said that Rizzo's hired someone to do the cleaning?
Yep, still dead. Usually Rizzo's is pretty good at making sure the people they hire ain't got tripicale for brains. But that fella clearly wasn't worth trusting. I met him briefly once. Seemed level-headed enough, but that must have been just a front. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a mess of things.
Or he was murdered too. Pretty heavily armed for a pool guard, aren't you?
Yeah, it's part of the job. I think I'm listed as a security consultant. But all that really means is that if I'm caught without this thing, I get put on pool guard duty. I don't know what happens if I'm caught without it on pool guard duty, but I know that I don't want to find out.
That's everything for now.
Sounds good to me.
Oh. I was like, what's he doing on my thing here?
Up for a game of sudden death knockout? Yeah, maybe that.
Okay, so that's the hotel to Orchards Bridge. Mark that one off the list. Let's see, I think I saw a few things in here that we didn't already have. Like these high society cigarettes. A case of high society cigarettes, the finest cigarettes for the most discerning smoker, and has exactly the same effect as every other cigarette in the game. Spectrum Vodka Yellow. Yeah, now with mustard. Automechanical deck discovered. Damage to auto mechanical deck discovered. Mark that off as found. Oh. I do need to go back this way because I forgot to check the vending machines, and there's a memo somewhere around here. Oh, probably up there actually. 26, 26, 46, 46, yep. What's this? Glacier water. A bottle of pure, I love how that's in quotes, melted pack ice. From our pole to your bowl, glacier water is the finest water-based beverage that bits can buy. Rum and something. Rum mixed with a soda mixer, ready to drink. I want something. A rum and something. Woolly curds. Semi-solid coagulated woolly cow milk. It's the woolly squeaky cheese that kids claim to love. Taleritos. Tabacorn chips in a variety of flavors from plain to habanero rocket. The taste, the crunch, the taste again. Only Taleritos delivers twice. You'll see. Fresh half woolly milk. Reduced fat milk. Half the fat, twice the taste. Let's go, let's see. Is it Parvati that already has it? Yes, it is. And while I'm here, I'll sell some of the stuff that I've been... I sell that Sentry Saber. I'm never going to be using one-handed melee anyway. And that plasma launcher I was going to leave on the ship. That's the other one that I wanted to make sure I had for my new and improved rifle. Now then. Let's see. Where... Sometimes they'll stick memos up on the pillars. That's how I missed one of the memos that's in the game. The memo about that guy on Groundbreaker that was wanted. Oh, there it is. To all guests, management urgently requests you refrain from using tossball equipment on the sudden death knockout courts. Guests using the court have not signed the proper paperwork for death and dismemberment by any equipment other than knockout rackets. Any hemorrhages, brain damage, or life-threatening concussions caused due to tossball-related mischief will result in extensive fines. Should you desperately wish to sate your tossball recreation needs, management recommends you visit the Rizzo's Rangers on the second VIP guest floor. Slug is not responsible for any guests beaten to death by the Rangers during scrimmage matches. A champion tossball stick? That looks promising. For Felix, anyway. Champion tossball stick, 540. 286. Yeah, I think I know what he's getting for his upgrade. Like I said, at this point, I'm not really concerned about advancing the plot. I'm mostly just marking off some of these points of interest and travel points in the game. Bridge, hotel to wilderness discovered. And there is a note around here somewhere. And let's see what Halcyon has here. Oh, holy crap. Here I go, getting them that armor that has rating 49. And here's some armor that has rating 53. Elite troop armor. Well, I'm not going to buy it right now, but I am going to keep in mind that it was here. I don't have nearly enough lockpick skill to get in there. And I bet you, yep, that's it right there. Where the targeting point is, that's the note that's marked. So I can't mark that off just yet. It'll probably open up later as part of the main thing. Found the Sun Parlor. It seems Rizzo's has set me up with a rather straightforward task. Slug has an automatic mixer for their pool cleaner. If it's automatic, one would think it wouldn't need to be manually cycled, but I suppose I should be thankful it works at all. Instructions. Mix the chemicals by cycling each vat, then use the console to create a compound once you have the desired combination. Not exactly building a terraformer here, but no matter how simple these things are, some people will still have problems. Good thing that I've been at this for as long as I have. Chemicals. Chlorinosol equals red, which is number 1. Muriatic acid, green. Brominating oxalator, yellow. Blue water coloring, number 422, blue. I would hope so. Hydrogenated defoamer, orange. Seems odd to store all of these chemicals together. Putting some of these together would render that pool less habitable than some of the sulfur pits on Monarch. Perhaps that's why they decided to hire a professional. Beneath the entry there is a note in different handwriting. Any opportunistic freelancer that reads this should meet me on the hotel balcony. I have a business opportunity. And considering that I can interact with these, I have a feeling that at some point I'll be solving their pool problem. Well, let's see about those shears. Improvised weapon. Think industrial strength scissors. Okay. Oh, there's a Sprat around here somewhere.
That's the hunting reserve over there, in the clouds above a gas giant. Makes about as much sense as any of this, I suppose.
It's not stealing if it's not marked as steal, so.
I told you, didn't I? The view's fit to stop one's heart.
Today's special, Saltuna Filet a la Helen. Salad, tripicale salad with pea-free nuts and purple berry glaze. Soup, sissy soup with bread and woolly butter. Entree, braised whole canid. Dessert, dark matter mock apple souffle. And for cocktail, an aerosol spritz.
Really?
Okay, well. And over here, another bridge. The hotel to distillation. Me, reload. Okay. Well, I stole everything else, but they noticed that. Mark the scenic deck, mark that note, mark that bridge. That's all done. And again, sorry about the different pauses, but if I don't do this, I'm going to lose track of things. Yes, I did, as a matter of fact, somehow come back to this point. Oh, the bridge to the pilot house that I found earlier. Gotcha. The Dissident Queen, Chapter 1. Halcyon Helen battles a lingering foe in a seedy bar. Halcyon Helen and Typhon Tim spoke in quiet tones about their next course of action, their voices soft beneath the din of the bar. The duo had just finished the last of the paperwork on Helen's latest job. Filing precise reports always raised her spirits. The trail's led us here, and I suspect it will lead us no further. Soon we will find the source of the Dissident's monsters, said Helen, a characteristic grin on her face. Let's hope your hunch is correct, Tim murmured, for I suspect their agents will not be far behind us. As if bought on by Tim's supposition, a frightful voice suddenly thundered throughout the room. Near the door loomed a giant and blood-stained man looking for all his worth like he had fought his way through a Manta Queen's den. It was Maximilian Mercer, well-feared dissident stooge, and he held 2 Spacer's Choice light pistols in his greasy hands. And why do you bet that the full script actually has him mention his Spacer's Choice pistols? It's not the best choice, it's Spacer's Choice.
What? You don't need to tell me that it isn't. There's something even worse?
There is. I spent 6,000 bits on a new suit for the unveiling, but now that it's been postponed, I'll never get a chance to show it off.
My luck. That is a real tragedy.
Well, oh, that does remind me, before I go in there, there's one more location right over here. That I should probably mark off. If I can find the other side of the damn hedge wall. Botanical operations. And around, down, and down here. Ah, someone from Slug, I see. The Dissident Queen, Chapter 3. Halcyon Helen commits regicide. Some hours had passed since Helen's entry into the dissident hideout. She had fought no small number of slugmen, destroying the abominations in singular fashion, and had met several employees from many corporations, each forcibly taken by the dissidents for use as test subjects. One such freed captive, who had called himself Hephaestus Harry, had accompanied her as she descended into the lair of the dissident queen. Helen had exchanged only a few words with him, and now would be able to exchange no others, as the man now lay in a bloody heap at the foot of the dissident queen, who, Helen now saw, was not a person, but a tremendous mutant slug. The dissidents who had apparently been guarding her were themselves quite dead, and lay in various stages of mastication throughout the room. The queen feasted on Harry's remains, but as Helen stepped forward, the monster wriggled around to face her. "A true queen for a gang of parasites," Helen shouted. The dissident queen reared back, opening its mandibles wide, and gave an inhuman shriek that shook the very foundations of the base. Oh, by the way, that bit about various states of mastication does remind me of a guy that I used to know that apparently did not understand that mastication meant chewing. So, one day at McDonald's, we were poking fun at him by talking about masticating in public. And he's like, "You're sick!"
What do you think you're doing?
I think you're going to go away.
Don't let me get you again, all right?
It's an old joke, but that really did happen. Let's see, what was I? Now then. Oh yeah, it was this. Oh, modify, not tinker. Put that magna power in there. And put that gyrosite on there. And I'll worry about the Whisper Quiet Muzzler later. I may just want that barrel that since this rifle is not exactly intended to be my sniper rifle. Slug storm key to unlock. Okay, won't be getting in there. I don't think the work assignment list, which is another one of the notes, is actually in the building, or if it is, I can't zoom in close enough. There we go. Picked up quite a few mods there. Okay. Now, it's time to proceed with the main story, now that I've marked off everything I can get to outside the building.
The unveiling would be indefinitely postponed. What did he mean?
I don't know. McDonald's has been the place of a lot of fond memories for me.
Ooh, feels like I'm breathing rich people air.
Well, you're definitely inhaling their cologne. But another thing that happened to me, and this was at McDonald's, was I had decided to go there after a day at work and get myself a Big Mac meal, just because I didn't feel like cooking. And I'm a horrible cook anyway. But at any rate, I went there and I sat down, and this was right around the time when Toy Story came out, and they were giving away the Toy Story toys with the Happy Meals. So this guy comes in with his son and buys 2 Happy Meals so that his son can get 2 toys. And any rate, and he's sitting down behind. He sits at the booth behind me, and I hear his son say, "Look, Dad, you got a Woody." I did not know I could shoot Pepsi through my nose that far, or that it would sting that much.
The murder has inflicted severe emotional trauma on me. I demand a room upgrade.
I'll bet you 10 bits this is all just some sort of publicity stuff.
With Halcyon Helen gone,
Black Hole Birdie's disappeared, you know. The poor fellow must be inconsolable.
Oh, thank the law. Inspector, you don't know how relieved I am to see you. Constable Maria Keene. It's good to meet you in person, Inspector.
Dr. Goodnight. Ecstatic to make your various acquaintances and so on. Are we finished with the pleasantries? There's something I'm excited to show you.
Is it directions to the spa? No.
An extraordinary contraption. You'll love it.
Our coroner has developed a device which may prove useful in your investigation. Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you.
Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you. Oh, please. You make it sound as if I'm turning over stolen goods. Behold, my discrepancy amplifier. Hold it in your hands. Feel the way it hums with ontological potential.
Interesting. I'm guessing this device makes use of deterministic calculus.
You're rather sharp in your upper story. I can see why you're the inspector. The discrepancy amplifier uses a deterministic model of our universe to detect the discrepancy between what should be and what actually is. Then it renders any discrepancies visible by using the power of magnification.
fantastic. This sounds like it was built along the theoretical lines suggested by the Hassline interpretation? Or do you favor the non-dualistic rationalism of Steinmetz?
Oh, goodness, no. I don't care for OSI doctrine. I just enjoy their math.
So it's a magnifying glass. Got it, thanks.
Give it a try. Just treat the amplifier as you would a weapon. Hold it good and steady, and look down scope.
I'm contractually prohibited from endorsing off-brand technology, but I'll bend that rule just this once. You'll want to peer into the amplifier and examine the crime scene.
Greetings, Inspector. Thanks to the half-genius, half-mad, scientific-minded Dr. Goodnight, you've been granted the Discrepancy Amplifier, a handy investigation device for discovering clues throughout Eridanos. Be sure to equip the Discrepancy Analyzer in a weapon slot before you continue your hunt for Helen's killer. Okay, well, I guess I can mark the discrepancy amplifier off the list. And that is one of the quote-unquote unique weapons in the game, by the way. Halcyon Helen introduces Rizzo Spectrum Brown, Draft 3. I'm Halcyon Helen, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome so many important rich guests to the unveiling of, read the following with due significance, Rizzo's Spectrum Brown. Thought Spectrum Black was the pinnacle of quality? Think again. Now your taste can reach new highs with the wonderful Spectrum Brown, containing notes of, look, list whatever you want here, just make it sound good. Rizzo's has put the utmost in quality into their new beverage. Brown also contains a special secret ingredient that can't be found in any other type of drink. Each refreshing sip will leave you feeling more ecstatic than before. It just might have something to do with that. What do we say here? There's a worm in the bottle. Flavor-enhancing trifle at the bottle's bottom. Thank you all for coming to this unveiling. Thank you to Rizzo's for allowing me to speak here. And remember, if it's brown, drink it down. Ew! These guys are not good at writing marketing material, are they? I know, right? The newest Spectrum flavor adds brown to the rainbow. If it's brown, drink it down. You'll be happy that you did. Somehow I doubt that. Very much. To catch Helen's killer, you need to use the discrepancy amplifier scope to reveal clues not visible to the naked eye. Once you've located some evidence, aim directly at it while zooming in with the scope, and press the interact button to analyze it.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. The discrepancy amplifier is now operational. Greetings, designated inspector and/or unauthorized larcenist. This unit has detected a discrepancy related to Halcyon Helen. Unscheduled expiration of. Begin amplification.
I see you've been designed with a modular analytical system. What else can you do?
The discrepancy amplifier has been programmed with advanced speech recognition, scientific analysis, and deterministic calculus protocols.
Oh, you'll love this. Amplifier, tell the inspector about your features.
Please do not interrupt the discrepancy amplifier. The discrepancy amplifier is programmed to take instruction from its registered or designated inspector.
How curious. I must have set its impertinence levels to flagrant.
This unit's features include an automated personality simulator. This unit has been programmed to simulate joy and satisfaction in assisting you.
Let's get started. Tell me about this discrepancy.
This footprint stands out from the normally spotless floor of the grand ballroom. Typically, the ballroom is cleaned twice daily, which means this must have been made by either Helen or her assailant or assailants.
Do the size of these footprints match anything you have on record?
Footprint is a tailor-made 8.75, suggesting that its owner was very particular about their shoe size. It is also the exact size that Halcyon Helen typically prefers. There are traces of dirt throughout the footprint.
Perception. I'm seeing some purpleberry in this dirt. Analysis?
Excellent observation, Inspector. The following compounds have been detected. Purpleberry residue, nitrogen-rich fertilizer, common grass. Grass, fertilizer, and purpleberries can all be found in the purpleberry orchards located not far from the Grand Colonio.
So Helen must have been at the orchards before she died.
This deduction appears sound.
Good work, Inspector. I had a feeling we'd make some progress once we brought you onto the case. You'll need Administrator Ludovico to grant you access to the orchards. Contact him through the secure access terminal in your penthouse suite. Check in with the concierge. Your room should be ready by now. If it isn't, I may have to go shake someone by the collar.
I'm not surprised with 90,000 XP that I was going to get some skill points. Let's see. You and companions take 20% less automechanical damage. Max's ability bypasses some of the target's armor rating, 50% of it with trick shot. Which commercial are you talking about? Perks. Well, I've unlocked the tier 3 perks. So many good perks in this category. But I think I'm going to take the Armor Master first. I'll take your word for it. I don't really watch that many commercials, to be honest. I don't really watch that much TV, to be honest. I'll have to wait and see where I want to spend those skill points, though.
And others' misfortune to bring a thrill into their mundane lives.
Employee access card level A.
Welcome to the
I walked right past you. The Dissident Queen, Chapter 2. Halcyon Helen encounters the Slugmen. Having fought their way past the numerous bandit ambushes and hostile automechanicals, Halcyon Helen and Olympus Opal had found themselves at the gates of the Dissident hideout. "You're a fine partner, easily better than my last," said Helen, "but I dare say these fiends outrank your typical anti-establishment scum. Many of them were scientists before they deserted their corporations, whereupon they stole technology for their own nefarious purposes. I've seen their abominations, and they're more than a typical person can handle. You should return to your job and to the place where you're needed." "Though I know my work is valuable," Opal said, "I am still pleased that I was promoted to assist in your quest to rid the galaxy of those who would threaten the colony's productivity. The two of us together will, I believe, be twice as effective in eliminating the enemies of the board." Helen did not respond, but instead bid her companion be silent, for she had seen that the gates to the distant hideout were no longer shut. Someone, or something, had opened them.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Okay. But first... Severed head of Burbage 2000. The head of Burbage 2000 torn from its body in the penultimate act of Titus Androidicus. "Why, foolish Burbage, dost thou not perceive that Halcyon is but a wilderness of dissidents, and it is only through our citizens' vigilance that they will be caught? Report any and all suspicious behavior to your local constable." Okay. And a Rizzo's Rangers tosser uniform. That is one of the unique pieces of equipment in the game. A Mark II revolver. No one's looking. Take the weapon parts. Now then.
An industrial-grade laxative has been added to the liquor in these bottles.
So if it's brown, drink it brown. So if it's brown, drink it down, and make some brown of your own. Basically. Let's see. Need to mark that as found. The Rizzo's Rangers uniform, that is. And there is one more thing to find just outside. I think it's on the wall. Yep. A flyer promoting a productotherapy seminar with renowned prophet of profitability. That has a nice ring to it. Prophet of profitability, Jasmine Leyva, at a retreat in the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Under her patented system, purge your body of nefarious humor, stopping you from unlocking your true productive potential.
I'm sorry, sir, but while the hotel is an active crime scene, I regret to inform you that all new bookings, room upgrades, room downgrades, and in-room massages are suspect. Oh, you're the special inspector. Mr. Kincannon warned me you'd be checking in soon.
Right, you happen to have my room key?
Ah, yes. We are most pleased to offer you our grandest of grand accommodations, Inspector. The penthouse suite on our topmost floor is now available for you. The last guest left her belongings behind when she vacated unexpectedly, so we needed a little time to tidy the suite up for you. Simply call the elevator in the lobby, and our highly skilled operator will deliver you to your private floor with efficiency and cheer.
You've got some high-profile guests here, right? What can you tell me about them?
My apologies, Inspector, but that would be a severe violation of guest privacy. We here at the Grand Colonial firmly believe that... All right, my supervisor just walked out of earshot. Some folks just don't understand the importance of gossip. About whom? And what would you wish to know?
Did you notice anything about Halcyon Helen before she died?
You know, out of everyone here, I probably knew the least about Helen. I'm not much of an Aether Wave watcher myself. And Helen always had a crowd of admirers chasing her, you see. So she rarely stopped to chat. Friendly enough, surely, but always seemed untouchable. Emphasis on seemed.
Did you ever see Helen acting strangely?
Now that you mention it, she was usually calm and collected, but every so often I'd see her looking all wild-eyed and intense. It seemed as if she was determined about something. Or maybe she was just hungry. That woman ordered a lot of food. Maybe show business gives you a faster metabolism.
Heard Black Hole Birdie was staying here.
Ah, Birdie. Is he bigger than he is dumb, or dumber than he is big? I've a bet with a friend. Not sure we'll ever get it to pay out. Birdie used to be Helen's beau, though he isn't anymore, and not just because she's dead. If I had 1,000,000 bits, I'd spend every one just to learn what caused their split.
We've got some kind of productivity guru here, right? What's her deal?
Her deal? Not making them. I'd laugh at my own comment, but everyone knows there's no bigger joke than the prophet of profitability herself. Didn't you hear Helen's interview? That woman is the definition of humbuggery. Anyone who gives her the time of day is a right fool. I mean, Spencer Woolrich has taken several of her productivity seminars, and look where it got him. Don't waste your time.
Helen's co-star, Woolrich. He have any reason to want her dead?
If looks could kill, he'd have put her in the ground 10 times over. Man's clearly jealous of her success compared to his. See, I'd bet we're the only two people thinking about him in all of Eridanos. And I only am because you mentioned his name. If you leave woolly cow milk out, it turns to curds. Leave the curds out, they begin to get stale, then rot. Woolridge is on his way to the trash bin, and everyone knows it. Either he's in denial, or he knew Helen would be checking out soon, judging by his increasing demands for a room upgrade. That's a shame, Inspector. What if I wanted to know a little about you? A dashing gunslinger type, then. I'm sure the investigation will turn out splendidly in your hands. Or at least Mr. Kincannon seems confident enough to believe so. It certainly is a marvel of modern ingenuity, luxury, and ambition. Please, allow me to answer any curiosities you might have about our building and the amenities on offer.
No one seems to talk much about the lower
Who would
levels.
be interested in a staff-only area? Most folks never ask about the sewers beneath Arizo's plant, either.
You can't honestly tell me there's nothing of interest in an entire half of the hotel.
Of interest to your investigation? Well, I suppose there is that one door we're not supposed to open. But I'm sorry, Inspector, I'm not authorized to grant you access to any staff sections of the hotel. You'll have to find a way in on your own.
Is there anything special about the upper levels?
Most certainly. All the important folks can be found in the utmost parts of the hotel. You can hardly walk 3 feet without bumping into a tossball grate or a bored exec. Though maybe don't bump into them. Could be harmful to your health.
What does the penthouse have to offer?
Twice the size of the next biggest room, and kitted out with any amenity you want, as well as many that you won't. Best to enjoy it while you can, Inspector. Typically, the only people who can afford the penthouse suite have enough bits to suffocate everyone on Terra 2. Also, please inform me if Woolridge gives you a hard time about getting a better room than his. Don't tell him I said this, but everyone on staff wants to strangle him. If you're sure.
Thanks, and for the record, I like her, at least as long as her supervisor isn't around.
Black hole.
And there's something else back here in the crime scene.
How awful!
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This is a bottle of unreleased Rizzo's product. Helen appears to have attempted to use it to spell something as she expired, but all she managed was a sticky bee. This hypothesis is plausible, but requires additional information.
A B could stand for anything, like Spectrum Brown.
Now calculating likelihood of Halcyon Helen using her final moments to endorse Rizzo's Spectrum Brown. Low to moderate likelihood.
Isn't Black Hole Birdie staying here?
Mr. Bertie Holcomb is indeed known to frequent places of leisure and hospitality, as rare as they are in Halcyon.
Correct. Bertie Black Hole Holcomb is a registered guest at the Grand Colonial Hotel.
Anybody else I should know about?
Accessing guest database B. The Grand Colonial Hotel is proud to serve the following VIPs. Bertie, Black Hole. Burbage 3001. This evidence has been recorded for later reference. Now generating pre-approved complement. Splendid work, Inspector.
Well, I suppose I've seen stranger marketing maneuvers. Not sure what Rizzo
Okay,
is trying
time to go to the
accomplish.
elevator. Finally. But first... Oh, really? I can just take that? Still, better be safe. Thanks, guys. Welcome to the Grand Colonial Concierge Terminal. Please do not store any insufficiently encrypted gossip on the Grand Colonial Concierge Terminal. Guest complaints. From Annoyed. Subject, this infernal racket. Do you like torturing me? Is that what this is? When I first learned I'd be just beneath the floor occupied by the Rizzo's Rangers, I was excited, as any tossball-loving Halcyonite should be. What I did not anticipate is the degree to which these hullheads seem to enjoy prancing to and fro, pounding on the floor and my ceiling every hour of the architect-cursed day. Did they install a tossball fifth cord upstairs while I wasn't looking, or is this normal? And worst of all, it sounds like one of them has decided to start imitating a woolly cow. Are you sure it's not a woolly cow? I'll give them that it's a convincing facsimile, but it has no place in a hotel, and each bleat is so loud it shakes the glasses on my face. I demand a room change yesterday. For each additional hour after midnight today that I am not rehomed, I expect at least one employee to be fired. From a concerned Byzantine, subject Mechanical Menace. To whatever member of the help it may concern, I've heard a horrible clanking passing my room every night for the past 6 nights. Yesterday I mustered up all my courage and sent a servant to look, and upon her return she said she's seen what looks like an armed mechanical wander by my room for the past 6 nights. She said it was something called a Burbage 3001 and that it was a serial star. If this machine is a serial star, I must ask, why are you filming outside our rooms without paying us? We're not consenting to having our temporary property filmed. There is no doubt a contract for this. And if the machine is being allowed to wander without being filmed, I want to be paid double. Do you have any idea how dangerous that thing could be? It could tread on my foot and ruin my aspirations to be a professional dancer, if I ever decide to have those aspirations. I urgently await a response. VIP guest list. Ruth Bellamy, Spencer Woolrich, Bertie Holcomb. Okay. Despite her celebrity status, the greater part of Halcyon Helen's requests have been fairly normal: soap, shampoo, towels, and so on. The one exception is her unusual consumption of food and drink. I'm not one to judge about that sort of thing. Law knows I've seen stranger proclivities from other guests, but she really does request a lot, and frequently. Listen to this. For lunch today, she ordered 6 Borscht bean sandwiches, 2 purple berry shakes, 2 purple berry liqueurs, several retro rockets, and cigarettes enough to crush a teacup canid. I'd wonder if she's planning a party, but the cleaning staff say that every time they've gone up, there's been no sign of what she's ordered. If Helen really does keep managing to get through all of what she's been ordering, then maybe she should consider quitting show business and entering the competitive consumption scene instead. Woolrich Spencer. In the past 2 weeks, I have received 315 different service requests from Mr. Woolrich. These requests include, but are not limited to, his entire wardrobe from Terror on Monarch, 413 different outfits, including a primal suit, 5 gallons of each color of spectrum except black, he wants 50 gallons of that, teacup canids of various breeds, a plasma launcher, and consisting of over 60% of all total requests, an upgraded room. Administrator Ludovico authorized him to move into the second largest room just to shut him the hell up, but Halcyon Helen got the biggest one, and of course Woolrich can't accept that he's been eclipsed. Got another room upgrade request as I was typing this. I've more than half a mind to send an exterminator to fumigate his room, just so he can't request anything else for a while. But then he might come down here and try to talk to me, and I think I'd quite honestly rather be dead. Holcomb's requests have been about what you'd expect from a professional skullcracker. Toss balls, toss ball sticks, new clothes because he keeps, and I quote, accidentally tearing the shirts that are too small for my giant muscles. Funny how the rips I've seen look more like they've been made by hand. I've noticed that he's asked for very little in the way of effort accelerators or enhancers. No skin tough, no oxycomp, not even any dervish mist. Typically, tossball players go through that filth like no one else. Maybe Holcomb's trying to prove something to Helen. Whatever it is, I don't think it's going to work. And there is some sort of restricted message, but there ain't no way I've got hack 90 to get to it. Let's go up in there.
Oh, come on. Why is the lounge closed? I wanted brunch.
And it's locked. I can't get in there, so...
Get your damnable hair out of my face. I can't...
Spoken. Get your hair out of my face. I can't see the corpse. Spoken like a true rubbernecker.
How do we know this isn't just for another one?
Hello there, my inordinately esteemed guest. If my hello were any more earnest, this loudspeaker would explode. What authorized floor can I bring you to?
Bring me to the penthouse suite.
The finest seat in the house.
Okay, we are now in the penthouse. And they still haven't fully prepared it, have they? I'll contact him in a minute. I have other things to do. Of course there's a workbench up here. Ah, a dark matter bar. I don't think I've seen one of those in a while. A CCN-76 dark chocolate bar made in the orbit of a black hole. Okay. Whatever. And coincidentally, this is where you come to switch out your companions, because they are They're all here. Really. Okay. Well. Bet you. Sure enough, it's a unique one. Holy crap, nice armor. Perception increases your perception by 1 point, which is referring to that. So by wearing that, my perception becomes very high. Also, interactable highlight range is increased by 2.5 meters. Bonus to extra headshot / weak spot damage plus 15%. Early models included a speaker that would say, "Look at that!" at loud decibels. This feature has been disabled. Thank goodness. It is a nice helmet, though. I'll give it that. Even if it does only have a armor rating of 30.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oop.
Helen, where did we go wrong? Oh, Lord, I'm so sorry. That didn't mean for... Helen, I love you. I love you so much.
The imprint left inside this suitcase matches the silhouette of Halcyon Helen's iconic handgun, the Needler. The weapon was recently removed.
Personal terminal. Welcome, R. Bellamy. What? Not Halcyon Helen? Messages from Administrator Ludovico. Mrs. H. Helen, thank you for choosing the Eridanos Atmospheric Complex as the site of your next publicity and marketing campaign. By endorsing the Spectrum Brown product, you are allying yourself with a revolution in the leisure beverage market. Indeed, in the culture of Halcyon itself. We're going to change the world together. Ah, Ruth Bellamy must be her real name. From Profitability P.O. Subject disappointed. Helen, I don't understand why you and I must be enemies. Are we not both branches on the same tree of privilege? You command audiences with your masterly performances on the ether wave, and I command the attention of our corporate leaders. We're both cultural icons with a responsibility to set a good example. I'm disappointed to discover you've berated my seminars publicly and on official records. I take particular umbrage in your characterization of my most recent seminar, spearheading your project, How to Motivate Your Workforce Using Ancient Weaponry, as a, and I quote, nonsensical vanity project from a dyed-in-the-wool buffoon. These are fighting words. Expect to hear from my personal auditor soon. Sincerely, Profitability P.O. Money Can't Buy Happiness and Other Lies We Tell Ourselves. A new seminar by the Prophet of Profitability coming soon. Well, you're right, money can't buy happiness. But it can rent it for a while. From Cedric Kincannon. Mrs. Bellamy, you're a talented actor. I've enjoyed all your roles across the years. I'm especially fond of your performance in Terror on Monarch. Ludovico doesn't appreciate the serials. Maybe that's why he never knows when he's being played. He still thinks you're here to endorse Spectrum Brown. Your performance has him fooled. I have a feeling I know what you're up to. It's always a little disappointing when the audience is a few steps ahead of the plot. Best, Cedric. Guest advisories. In light of recent unfortunate events regarding the passing of a beloved cultural icon, we at the Grand Colonial have doubled the number of armed guards for only a small security surcharge. Surcharge non-refundable. The Grand Colonial is not responsible for death or dismemberment that occurs off hotel grounds. And there's another message on there that I still can't hack. Well, I guess that tells me where I need to put my points, don't it? Still won't be enough, but now I can actually turn off auto mechanicals. The number of cigarettes here indicate that the smoker's lifespan has been shortened by approximately 11.2 years. Another profitability flyer.
Inspector, I understand you've visited the scene of the crime. Halcyon Helen was an important cultural icon. She will be sorely missed.
Well, let's see. I still don't know why you hired me. I'm usually causing murders, not solving them. You mean Ruth Bellamy?
Halcyon Helen was more than a character. She was a brand. Her death will now be associated with Rizzo's Spectrum Brown. You understand why that worries me.
I get it. You don't want to... Just turn it into an ad. Rizzo Spectrum Brown. It's heart-stoppingly good.
Stop. Please warn me before you provide me with unsolicited ideas. There are waivers you need to sign. Back to the matter at hand. Tell me about your investigation.
I've got a lead. I can't tell you why, but I need access to the orchards.
Your discretion is appreciated. I admit, I'm beginning to feel more confident in this arrangement. Here, I'm granting you access through the gates to the orchards. You're officially authorized to see this investigation through to the end. There is one caveat. Cedric's being rather intransigent about letting you into the spaceport. Possibly he's trying to hide something. Possibly he wants to annoy me. Possibly both.
So he locks his doors the moment an investigator arrives. That's not suspicious at all.
I agree with the sentiment behind your snide remark. Unfortunately, the Piraeus spaceport is Cedric's purview, not mine. You have a lead to chase. Law speed, Inspector.
I'll be back. Okay, that's everything I can do here.
Hi there, Inspector. It might be a little beyond my job description to ask, but at my heart, I'm still a bellhop. Was the suite to your liking?
I didn't even know they made hotel rooms that large.
Good. I'm glad. Now, I'd love to bring you to a floor of your choosing.
And again, we'll take Vicar Max because of his hack bonus. Take Felix because I've got a new weapon for him. And because I need to... Felix deals increased damage when using tossball weapons, plus 50%. Combine that with the new weapon... Okay, what did we have on it? A speed grip and Mr. Power. Okay, we'll remember that next time we upgrade. Next time we pass by a workbench. Okay, where is? Okay, that's the. Now now we can pass by and find out what's up with the pool.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis reveals the chemical signature of this compound is 80% semblant of fertilizer used in the purpleberry orchards. The other 20% is semblant of pool water.
A mechanical contraption for propagating chemicals inserted above through the pool water. Someone has scratched a sentence into the filter's plating. Irian was here. Anyway, it's out to the purpleberry orchards. Oh, I was trying to run through the net. No wonder I wasn't going anywhere fast.
Maybe you haven't heard, but we're in the middle of a lockdown. No one's supposed to be coming or going. And when I can't get a hold of anyone in the orchards, I can't make sure of that, can I?
No, Miss Vargas. Sorry, I'll work on getting a hold of someone.
Great, you do that. I'll be waiting right here. Swear to the architect, Matthias, if you've lost your rifle's ionization coil again. Oh, wait, you ain't part of my crew. What do you want?
The pool guard told me to talk to you, said you'd have some advice.
Oh, thank the law you're here about the pool. That crucial thing that isn't my job to fix, and that, as such, I don't care about. If you want advice, here it is. Don't talk to that imbecile ever again. Even by my crew's standards, he's duller than a telescoping staff. And he's not even one of my worst problems. I got landing pad lockdowns, gate closures, angry guests, and now one of my crew is AWOL.
A missing person? I'm actually an inspector. Could look into that for you.
If you're serious, I'd appreciate the help. He's been missing a few days, and we're low on staff as it is.
I'll look into it. What do I need to
The
know?
missing crew member's Evan O'Connell. He's one of about 2 slug agents I can trust with more complex tasks than stand here and look tough. Friendly type. Well-behaved, followed orders. Anyone else, I'd think they got drunk and fell asleep in a ditch somewhere, but O'Connell's not really the type. He was last stationed at the Wilderness checkpoint. I'd search there first.
Not very personable, but she is the head of security, apparently.
Here we go. Nobody messes with you, boss. Go ahead. Ha! Everyone all right?
New vending machine. Sell off some of the crap I've been picking up. Not selling either of those, though. We'll sell that, that, and that.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. The garb on this security guard identifies him as a member of the Rizzo's Corporation. His rank would have been that of Jawbreaker or higher. This security guard has experienced premature expiration. Evidence strongly suggests a conflict with Marauders.
Three bits and a half-eaten Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch. At least he left this world happy.
I doubt Rizzo's would ever shed a tear over him.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Light machine gun Mark III. Energy cells. Some ammo.
Evan must have gotten into the spectrum in these crates. Listen to this. Come out! Come out to play! Wow, he's having a grand old time. I'm gonna take him to A2 under the hotel so he can sleep it off. I'll meet you back at the orchard straight after. See you soon. Evan, come on, you slackwit.
Okay, well, more skill points. And again. Well, I'm not going to spend a ton more points on hack, because as long as Max is in the party, I'll be able to hack just about anything. Okay, I made it to the Purple Berry Orchards.
Maybe I could hold up my end if your people weren't sabotaging my operations. And if sabotaging the orchards weren't enough, you had to make it personal. You really had to bust my Insta coffee maker too? The nerve.
Hold that asinine thought. Who is this armed stranger who just wandered into your office? Back up for a fight you can't finish?
What the hell are you talking about? I don't know this fella. I think it's mightily more likely that he's under your payroll. Here to burn down what you haven't already.
I see. Just a visitor then. Congratulations, Hathaway. Not everyone's abandoned your orchards.
Well, shame that you're trying to change that. Anyway, sorry for the heated reception, stranger. There's just been some trouble here of late. Name's Overseeing Orchardist Hathaway, and I'm in charge of these orchards. Though it seems like certain groups, which will remain unnamed, are trying to change that. Looks like I'm stuck playing the part of customer service rep. Guess it's different from the usual, at least. Something I can do for you?
Had you seen Halcyon Helen at all prior to her death?
Yeah, I saw her. Tried to flag her down for an autograph, but to no avail. Ran right by me. No idea where she was heading. Seemed like she had a lot on her mind. Whether or not I like it, yes, that's right.
I overheard you complaining about quotas.
Yeah. Quotas are higher than ever because of the upcoming release of Spectrum Brown, but we haven't been hitting them. Frankly, it's ridiculous. Our workers are all about 30% more productive than usual. They keep getting injured, which is setting us behind. I blame the treatment Rizzo's keeps making them get.
Rizzo's is making its workers get some kind of treatment?
Look, they don't tell me the specifics. All I know is that the workers leave their typical morose selves and come back more chipper than an automechanical woodcarver. Look at Jacob, our groundskeeper, if you ain't met him. If he were any less personable before, I'd have had him replaced with a trained canid. Now he's all smiles.
What sort of accidents?
Like the workers all forgot their 10-minute workplace safety seminars. And that's twice as long as the next leading brand. Our people should be safety experts. And yet, I've seen folks step on open electrical wires, drop pallets on each other. One damn fool even blundered into a mosquito hive. Even as he died, he looked fairly pleased. Okay, then. Yeah, just another woe to add to the pile. In the past, the Orchard subcontracted security work from Slug. You know, keep the malcontents on staff from causing too much trouble. But between the Spectrum Brown unveiling demanding all of our resources and the recent uptick in worker accidents, we just ain't got the budget for security.
Sounds like it.
And, of course, Slug has decided that instead of being reasonable, they're just gonna sabotage our operations until we start paying them again.
Look at the poor Rizzo's manager, lying about Sublight to make himself feel better. Shame he skipped where Rizzo's was short on our payments months before the new unveiling.
Look, at the end of the day, it's obvious that Slug is sabotaging us. I ain't paying until they come clean.
What sort of sabotage has there been?
Oh, you know, nothing particularly troublesome. Just rogue exterminator mechanicals, opening fire on anything that twitches within 300 yards of them. We've also got a large group of new saplings, all dead from some kind of toxic substance. Poison, I'd guess. And who could forget the tower processing console, which probably just shorted out and stopped working on its own, even though it's outfitted with 3 separate backup systems?
There are a suite of explanations for what could have happened, most pointing to Rizzo's worker incompetence. My people didn't sabotage anything.
I'm betting they did.
Thank the law, some good news. You hear that, lapdog? Truth's coming. Better fess up while you still can outside of an interrogation room.
While I'm sure you'd love to have a scapegoat on whom you can pin your own incompetence, I suspect you'll be disappointed. But what do I know? I suppose it's up to your new hiree.
Well, oh wait. No, I can't take that. I'm being looked at. And let's talk to the Purpleberry Nut Hut woman. Fast travel location discovered.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! It's Rizzo's! Welcome to the Purpleberry Nut Hut, you wonderful, wonderful customer! Thank you for giving my humble existence value.
We cannot add value to your existence. Everyone has their place in the plan. And you seem overjoyed with yours.
I sure am! Good lamps you got on you to take notice. Oh, that? I call it my little passenger. I don't know why. The name just appeared in my head when this thing showed up on my neck. Don't you dare! Or I'll cut something off you! Gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. I just felt this urge to protect my little passenger, even if it means hurting you. I don't know. It just appeared one day. I guess I just picked it up while working in the orchards. Sometimes I wonder how it showed up, and I start to worry. But worrying feels bad, and I hate feeling bad, so I don't worry about it. Couple of days. Ever since it showed up, I've been feeling happier and happier. I really can't imagine life without my little passenger.
More like a symbiote, but still.
Now I'd love to get you something. Maybe a couple somethings? Whatever you like, I can sell it to you at a low, low price.
Halcyon Helen was in the orchards before she died. Have you seen her?
I'm sorry. The only celebrity who shopped recently is Black Hole Birdie. Quite the affable man, as it so happens. And the stories are wrong. He could probably lift 2 benches of tossball players at once, not just one. Laws, not just affable, but virile, too. Ooh, wait a minute. Now that his beau's dead, that means Birdie's single. Maybe I'll strike up a little more than conversation the next time he comes by.
You do know Birdie's a suspect in the...
Oh, my! Birdie? A murderer? Well, Everyone has their flaws. I'll be sure not to bring it up on our first date.
Anything you can tell me about the orchards?
I'm so glad you asked. The orchards are my third favorite subject, with my first being Rizzo's refreshing drinks and my second being Rizzo's toothsome confectionaries. Our orchards are the source of 63% of Rizzo's total produce, which correlates to 112% of fresh goods throughout all of Halcyon. Give or take a few percent, of course. If you want to know more about each part of the orchards, might I recommend one of our fantastic tours? One of our options is even audio-guided as a special bonus feature. Oh, I'm so glad you said that. Our tours are my fourth favorite subject. Every part of the orchards is so rich with Rizzo's lore. Buy a tour ticket and anoint yourself with knowledge.
Rizzo's really pushes the hard sell, huh?
No, Rizzo's doesn't make me recommend the tour. Helping customers just makes me even happier than I already am. And that's saying a lot. Happy workers lead to happy customers. Happy customers are repeat customers.
And delirious euphoria can cause some to recoil and run screaming from your presence.
I'm not quite sure what you mean. There's really nothing better than feeling a euphoric sense of happiness and self-contentment. Now, I'd be pleased as punch to sell you a tour ticket. We have 3 tour options: Premium, Premium Plus, and the Golden Ticket. Each option is wonderful in its own special way. Premium includes a 10-minute pass to the Sprat Petting Zoo. Premium Plus comes with a novelty Purpleberry and Amber, and the Golden Ticket is audio-guided in addition to being self-guided. I'd say that's a shame, but I'm just...
Yeah. Show me what you have for sale. Practically nothing.
Our alcohol stocks are larger than ever. And a good thing, too, because I just can't seem to stop myself from getting into them. Our products are just that good.
Oh, let's see. Vending machine. Ooh. Well, I hate to do it, but I think Felix still has the older stuff. There we go. Let's see. Speed Grip and Mr. Power, might as well sell that. Look at the DPS on that. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I got that. That's going to Nyoka pretty quick.
Never knew purpleberries grew on trees. Guess you learn something new every day.
Which means they're not trees, they're nuts.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. These footprints match the shoes previously analyzed in the Grand Ballroom. There is a 110% chance with a 10% margin of error that they were left by Ruth Bellamy, the actress known as Halcyon Helen.
The spacing between each footstep is short and the imprint deep as if determined. It would appear that Helen was in a hurry. The tracks hesitate, partially turning in one spot, as if Helen paused to look behind her. She may have feared she was being followed.
Did you find
something? I can deduce that Helen had saltuna for breakfast last week. Pretty obvious if you know what to look for.
Wow. You sound just like Agent Khan when he's on the case.
Such lovely weather calls for a harvest, I do believe. Well, sweet hello there, valued visitor. I am sure sorry to break it to you, but our orchards are closed to all officially guided tours at this precise moment in time.
By everything that's ordained by the architect, what in law's name is wrong with your face? Your smile is terrifying.
Why, thank you! Rizzo's encourages all workers to put on a happy face when engaging with valued customers. Rizzo's does beseech you to please purchase one of our self-guided options if you're wishing to join one of our rejuvenative, relaxing, reformatory tours. Now with a Puzzle Hedges trademark maze hunt and special edition taste testing for an extra 35 bits a ticket.
Do you know if Halcyon Helen
you mean
came through
that lovely
here?
actor who got herself dead? Damn shame what happened to her. She did come by, but not during any official tour time. I thought she'd hired a private tour at first, but it was Dr. Blossom who was showing her the way to the RR and DD labs. Can't imagine why she'd need to meet with our head researcher on the Spectrum product line outside of her lab hours. Unless, of course, it had to do with the new product unveiling. That's right. She sure made for some lovely adverts. Maybe it might have involved an issue with the launch batch then? I can't rightly say. All I know is one of our certified tour guides could have given her a much more comprehensive tour of the grounds were that her interest.
Seen any murder weapons lying around?
Can't say that I have. We use bad batches of liquor for our pesticides. Only the exterminator mechanicals are armed around here. And I haven't seen any bloody objects aside from the usual pair of gardening shears. Unless, that is, Miss Helen was also stung to death by pollinization wasquitos? She wasn't, was she? That would be a mighty wretched way to go.
Deadly pollinization wasquitos?
Pollinization by killer wasquitos, indeedy. It's cutting-edge Rizzo's technology. But don't you worry, valued visitor. Our pollinization cycles only run when the orchards are empty, for safety reasons. When a pollinization cycle finishes or is aborted, all wasquitos are biologically programmed to return to the hive, their holding pen. Of course, the very last thing Rizzo's would want is a beloved tourist bumbling into the hive and triggering an unscheduled cycle, so you'd best steer clear of it for safety. You'll know the hive by its big, glimmering electric fencing. Yes, indeedy. I've got the wondrous honor of having just been promoted to third keeper of the grounds after the last one disappeared on the job. Gosh, I guess about a week ago now. Before my morning clock-in last Sunday, I was but a lowly nanner peeler picker on the line shift. Now I'm responsible for growing every twig and berry on this vast swath of fertile land.
You don't find it suspicious that the last groundskeeper went missing?
Heaven sweet, no. It's not like he was murdered. He simply disappeared without a trace and hasn't been heard from since. And the groundkeeper before that one? Well, she wasn't missing at all. Her body was found near hive control, covered head to toe in thousands of welts. No mystery, and certainly no murder with what happened there. I mean, you can't exactly hold some wasquitos on trial. Accidents do happen on the job.
Wait, no, we are not glossing over this missing
Can't speak for
groundskeeper.
others, but I most assuredly don't. I reckon you could talk to my supervisor, the overseeing orchardist. He would know more. I used to ask questions, but gee, I just don't feel the urge to anymore. Gosh and goody gumdrops, but I could talk about the orchards till my lips fell off. Instead, let's talk about whatever interests you, because that's what interests me, too. I can't stop you from poking around, but do be mindful of our pollinization hive. Wasquitos tend towards aggressive at the best of times. There's a reason why we keep them behind an electric fence, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
A hedge maze. I've never seen one of these in person, though I have read several tedious descriptions of them.
Yeah.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
What could that have been?
Incoming!
Smile, damn you!
Fantastic!
Run down! I want to be your friend!
Feels good. Feels fun.
Happy workers make for happy customers! Trying to make you smile. I just want to be your friend!
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Well done.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Please visit the Purpleberry Nut Hut to purchase an audio tour today.
Okay. Purpleberry processing has been discovered.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Let me guess, more footprints? Nope.
This console is 95% non-functional. Remaining 5% functionality stems from display reading console non-functional. Cause of shortout is most likely related to purple residue splattered all across the keyboard.
Perform an analysis.
Substance contains trace amounts of purple berries, fruit flavors, and artificial sweeteners number 35, number 49, number 240, number 322, number 314, and many, many, many others.
Looking closely at the console tells you not much. There are a lot of buttons. An improved Silver Tongue kit? Oh. Some good stuff in those. I want to check this out real quick. Let's see. It's in mods. Repair all equipped. Gyro sight. Improved Silver Tongue. Dialogue plus 10 and leadership plus 10. Nice. I think the original was 5 and 10. Let's see. Okay, there's a few things here in this that I need to find in the puzzle hedges. Let's see, where am I? Purple berry. Let's just fast travel there. Well, he's not a host yet.
System searching for
Incoming.
That's the last of them.
This way, huh?
Quietly now.
I'll show you happiness! We're gonna let no one break you up!
Oh, sorry, Felix.
Go! Get away from me! You know, I wanted to make you smile! I just want to be your friend!
I don't know. Those, those hosts are a little bit scary.
Incoming.
Can we do that again?
Thank goodness for this Mark III pistol. I mean, Mark III assault rifle. Ow.
My word, stranger, you sure gave me a fright. I thought you were one of those strange sorts heaving all over the place. Maybe they got a bad batch of purpleberry wine. Since you don't seem to be laughing maniacally or projectile vomiting, think you could do me a favor? I'm trying to come up with a new name for a glacial age product, but the creative side of things just isn't my area of expertise. Do you happen to have any ideas?
I guess I could try.
Great! Don't worry too much about getting it wrong. If the high rungers hate your idea, I can always just blame it on an intern. So, the company I'm with is Glacial Age. Our products usually have a finer ring to them, and the product I'm trying to name is a vodka. Take your shot.
Distilled Dreams by Glacial Age, if you want to seem real uppity.
Oh, that sounds great. I'm sure my bosses will love it. And don't worry, I'll absolutely credit you in one of the product footnotes.
What is it you were trying to find a name for
Nothing
anyway?
all that fantastical. Just a new product idea Glacial Age R&D is working on. An idea that has nothing to do with why I'm in the puzzle hedges. But as it so happens, I'm a little on the lost side, so thinking about it helps keep the panic at bay. If you find a map or a stepladder or something, don't hesitate to let me know. I'm beginning to fear coming here wasn't worth the trouble.
Going to take a wild guess, seeing how you're in this maze. You want to reach the
Close.
center.
I want what's in the center. You've heard of the competition, right? Whoever gets to the
Apparently
center
hasn't heard
gets
that
a
Helen
rare
is dead.
Rizzo's product and the chance to meet Halcyon Helen? My eyes on the rare Rizzo's product, namely the Spectrum Original, the first product Rizzo's ever made. I intend to reverse engineer it and make it Glacial Age's own.
I'd say that just reworking someone else's old idea is ridiculous and pointless, but that seems to be what passes for innovation these days.
Ooh, this is dandy. I was not expecting any feedback from field testing before I'd even created the product. I'll be sure to jot that down for future reference. All I need for my prototype is the original itself. Then I can start production.
Isn't stealing the original to make your own project kind of dishonest? Or you're not the only one seeking this product, right?
Reckon not. I've seen a couple of folks as out of place as, well, me. One's a lawyer. You can tell by the smell of cigarettes, booze, and tears. Must sense there's a lawsuit to be found with the original. On principle, I don't want him to get it. Also ran into a woman with a funny look in her eye. Plain told me she wanted the prize so she could stick it on a shelf. Hell's the use in that. Shelf ain't gonna help nobody.
Isn't stealing the original to make your own project kind of dishonest?
Dishonest? I've only ever heard that word used in that arbitration serial Lawful Labelle. Rizzo steals, Spacer's Choice steals, Auntie Cleo steals. And so, if Rizzo's decides to release one of their original products for anyone to take, then it's Glacial Age's right to swoop in and be proactive.
I'll get you the original.
Wow! If you pull through on this, you'll make me the happiest gal in Halcyon. That, and I'll give you a year's supply of the end product, plus surplus bits from my research fund. Now, good luck out there. Don't get shot or blown up or mauled by mechanicals.
No promises.
Like this! I was just getting started.
You know what? Here's an idea. Let's switch to that. Maybe that'll help by providing me with an objective marker for the middle of the maze. Puzzle Hedges log. This treasure must be near. I can almost smell it. Well, I could if I had any sensation in my nose or mouth. I've been eating purple berries for the last day, and though at first they were pleasant, lately it's been harder to work my jaws to chew them. 6 of us entered this maze under the pretense of a friendly hunt for the maze's secret, but only a fool would take that at face value. Carter got us lost in only a few hours, and when Sydney and some of the others became abrasive, I decided to be proactive. fewer people to split the reward with. Before I shot him, Carter claimed that it wasn't worth it, that the treasure could be shared. He must have been desperate indeed if he thought I would fall for the same trick twice. Whatever the case, I'm sure I'll be up and searching again. I will find the treasure, or I will die trying. Well, I think we know what happened there. Or I should say, I think we know which of the two happened.
Well,
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis. Ground appears to be scattered with purpleberry seedlings. This particular strain is of a variety proprietary to Rissos and should not be in common use.
You notice a glass bottle containing some of the seedlings half buried in the dirt. As you turn it over, you find a label on the bottom that reads, Property of Carter Reynolds, Botanist. Looks like the person who took the original didn't hide their tracks so well. Congratulations, Explorer. You've reached the center of the purpleberry puzzle hedges. This certificate entitles you to a 5% discount on certain Rizzo's products at select Rizzo's vending machines. Note that promise of discount is non-binding. Any failure to find Rizzo's vending machines accepting said discount are the responsibility of the holder, not the Rizzo's Corporation. Any attempts to force a discount or dispute the grounds of the certificate's discount will be prosecuted to the full extent of lethal force. And Captain Robin's spine, which is not actually a spine, thank goodness. I was worried about that. Captain Lawrence Alaut's bravery and martial expertise were legendary, as was his twin brother's cowardice and ineptitude. When Lance's enemies began running away for fear of being felled by his blade, he decided to name his weapon after his brother. Okay, and we have a revamped power helmet. We haven't done this one before, Spectrum Vodka Blue. This vodka's definitely cost more, but it's worth the pay deduction. When you are worth a mint, you want to taste it too. Minty fresh Spectrum Blue. Okay. Why is it doing that to me? There we go. Oh, there's hostiles? Great. And I hear them too.
Everyone all right?
You'd think. Actually, now that they're gone, I'll just fast travel back to the entrance. Because I've already found everything here that I need to find in the two sprat hides. Because why not?
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Yeah, but here we go.
What are you doing in here? Are you authorized to be in the conservatory? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Are you my ex-wife? No, she fell off the side of Eridanos under mysterious circumstances 6 years ago, conveniently rendering our marriage contract null. You must be the new, groundskeeper? That can't be it either, seeing how the new one hasn't died yet. Just who are you?
I'm a freelance captain. I've been hired to investigate Halcyon Helen's murder.
An inspector? Well, I don't think you'll find any evidence here. You're welcome to ask what you want, seeing how I figure you would anyway. Bleeding hell. Standing up like this makes a body forget how stiff it gets, bent over plants all day. Oh, seems I'm not as young as I feel.
I found this bottle at the heart of the puzzle hedges. It says it's yours. Well, let's ask him that first.
Tromped in and out of the conservatory with no heed for anyone else. Good thing none of my charges were damaged. Starlet or not, I would have had a harsh word for her. I heard she pushed her way into a tour of the RR&DD labs not soon after. She's just a serial actress. Yet she acts like she's deserved of the same access as a co-CEO. Well, she's not going anywhere ever again. Which is a shame, of course. Taken too soon and all.
You're a botanist, right? What do you do for
I
Rizzo's?
sit inside, and I look at plants. Goal is usually to make Rizzo's fruit products hardier and sweeter, but for every success, there are a couple of hundred failures. Example, tried breeding native tripicale with a foreign strain. Would have called it hexticale. In the end, it bred so fast, workers were swallowed up before they could harvest it. That one, I think, can be attributed to the waspitos. Some lament their irritability, but their productivity is unmatched. What's a few dead workers in the architect's designs?
I'll take your word for
You'd be
it.
the first to. Everyone else just says, I got bark instead of a heart. They just don't understand me, not like my plants do.
I found this bottle at the heart of the puzzle
Oh,
hedges.
there that damn thing is. Thank you. I guess this proves it's wise to label your things. Otherwise, some fool might use them as prizes in an ill-advised scavenger hunt.
Found it real close to where I should have found the Rizzo's original. Strange, huh?
I will admit, I did take the original, yes. But I did so to keep it away from those who shouldn't have it. It's safer in my hands. If you're here to get it, I might suggest you give up. I'm known to be quite a stubborn git.
And I'm known to carry guns. You taking the original makes it seem like Rizzo's lied about a prize, which is fraud. Or, you can either hand over the original, or I can rip it from your broken fingers. Nah.
Damnation, hadn't thought of that. Isn't my having it better than any random guest making off with it? I guess not, if it'll cause the company more trouble. Here's the original. Don't do anything with it that I wouldn't do.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Let me guess. Footprints of Helen.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
I was hoping that by the time you came back, I'd have a better idea for my product name. No luck, unfortunately. Hi there. Nice to see you again.
I found the original. Here you
There
go.
it is. You've made true on your end of the deal, and I will on mine. Here is your pay. Oh, la, you don't know how much you've done for me. Once Glacial Age makes their version of this product, you better believe you're getting a special thanks.
Well, you know, 24,000 XP, I can't complain. What, I'm near hostiles again? Oh, I've got another perk coming to me. Well, let's see. Carrying capacity. Considering that I'm grabbing everything that's not nailed down and prying loose everything that is nailed down, probably the extra carrying capacity. Then skill-wise, my hack is at 90. I don't need to increase that anymore. I think the extra points in long guns should be worth it. Okay, let's see. Where am I in relation to? Oh, if I follow down the side of this, I find hostile automags. Quite a lot of them, actually.
Oh, that's the last of him.
Shock weakness. Do I want to take that? It is a perk point, but it's 25% more shock damage. Nah, I don't think so. Now, if it was plasma damage, it wouldn't be so bad, because there's a perk that actually reduces plasma damage by 15%. So it would be a net change of just 10% more damage. I could live with that.
One down.
Tactical Shotgun Mark III. Okay.
Here they come. I just want
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Well, I don't see a timeline discrepancy anywhere. I think my discrepancy detector is imagining things, because I certainly didn't detect anything. Yeah, I can't get through the door.
It's up, boss!
And now you're Ash! Very friendly.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis. This discarded canister is typical of the R-mounted storage tanks on the Orchard's agricultural mechanicals. However, it is not currently attached to a mechanical. This
Thank you for stating the obvious.
A high amount of vinegar in addition to water. Warning. Use of vinegar, a known herbicide, on purpleberry saplings is a violation of Rizzo's agricultural standards.
Deeper chemical
makeup of
analysis.
substance. 50% water, 50% vinegar. Trace amounts of woolly cow feces also detected.
Discrepancy amplifier. Where are these canisters usually
These
kept?
canisters can typically be found in the nursery storage building in the purpleberry orchards, except for this one, which can be found here.
It really has a knack for stating the obvious, doesn't it? Anyway.
Trouble incoming, Captain.
No shit. And I died.
Easy duck.
Ah.
Right! Here it... That had to hurt! We're all getting more help! You're right! That's the last of them!
They've been drinking the product. Every single one of them had something like Spectrum Red or something on it.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
I'll take a closer look at that in a minute. Okay, found several more locations that are there.
Oh yeah, that's funny!
Won't get any mercy from me.
You're madness to yourself.
Nobody messes with you, boss.
Oh, shit.
Done. We are victorious.
Mm-hmm. Well, on the plus side, I found the other weapon that was here.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
RR and DD Lab Security Access Card. Rizzo's Research and Development District. I was wondering what RRDD stood for. Elite Troop Armor Platinum, huh? And a lot of booze. Plasma Rifle 3.0. Makes me wonder if Helen didn't come out here for a picnic with, what's his name, got ambushed. Well, no. Didn't get ambushed, but might have picked up one. Well, no, there wasn't one on her body unless it dropped off.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Timeline discrepancy. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Augmented anodization, armor parts, quite a lot of Adreno and Adrena time, 23 mock apples. Okay. Oh, that's the potting shed. Okay, mark that off my list. Now there is supposed to be... Oh ho. Right behind me. Found the Automech Depot. And a terminal. Access user logs. Last user, Summers Anna. Occupation, intern. Activity, exterminator automechanical target setting reset. Success. User recording. Finally, you darn thing. Now how do I... Activity, exterminator automechanical target priority, Sparts, failed, invalid parameter. Because she's dyslexic, apparently. User recording, oh, come on now, work with me here. Activity, exterminator automechanical target priority, Primeals, failed, invalid parameter. User recording, expletive detected, deleted this thing, I'll figure this out later. Activity, no target priority set in 10 minutes, auto defaulting to all. Oops. Produce productivity report. Yields are up by 0.003%. Conclusion, the new fertilizer import from Edgewater is working wonders. Personal files. User logs found. Please note that all personal content on this terminal is property of Rizzo's. 2 bits will automatically be deducted from user Keeper03's wages for each viewed entry. Keeper01 entry, a new life. 2 bits deducted from user wages. Opening log. I always dreamed of living on Eridanos, but the science types always said it was impossible. The gravity will crush your bones. There's no breathable atmosphere. Blah, blah, blah. Well, that's why I've got this new groundskeeper position, and they're stuck on Terra 2. When the execs are looking to promote somebody, they don't look at the doubters. Oh, I almost forgot the best part. This whole place is automated. Not only do I get a promotion, I also get to work less. All I need to do is make my way to the hive every so often to set the pollinization cycles. Aside from that, it's just keeping the local sprats from eating all the purple berries. Things are looking damn fine for Sandra Cullen. Hate this place. 2 bits deducted from user wages. Opening log. Well, Sandra bit the big one. Company policy says, due to our marriage contract, I've got to take her position now. Something about discouraging workers from dying on the job, so here I am. Seeing her body once they got the wasp ketos to stop stinging it ain't been great for my entomophobia. Thinking maybe I grab a few spectrums and find somewhere to hole up until the execs think I've left or died or something. Thought about the purpleberry puzzle hedges, but I seen a lot of people go in and not a lot of people come out. No clue what might be lurking in there. I wish we'd stayed on Terra 2. Keeper 2 entry, some jerk. 2 bits deducted from user wages. Opening log. Strange day today. Left the shack only to find a fellow I'd never seen before standing out front. Had his hands deep in his pockets and was looking at me with an odd hungry kind of expression. Said he either was a slug or worked for one, which caused me no small amount of confusion. Didn't have time to ask for clarification because he immediately started asking me for donations to keep the orchards running. First time I'd seen the con man tried to convince a shopkeep that he's actually the one minding the store. Hardly needs saying, but I took my claw rake and chased him off. Here's hoping I don't hear from that loon again. Okay.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
And let's see. Okay, the next one is the groundskeeper shack. Boy, there's lots of points of interest out here. Oh, crap.
Not gonna let this. I just wanted to make you smile. Trying to infect me.
Everyone all right?
Be your friend.
Parasite jelly. Energy cell and light ammo. Armor parts and a bypass shunt. More ammo. Nothing.
I don't know if you're keeping count, but I'm pretty sure every lab in this colony's got some horrible experiment going on. And yeah, I'm counting Doc Wells too.
That's okay. I would count them. Augmented toughening. Ooh, that's going to get some nice armor. I think I've had that once. Augmented toughening increases the armor rating by 5. But before I go into the labs, hold on. Map, please. Yes, our R&D labs found. Closing it. Yeah, that goes to another location, so I'm going to finish this off before I do that. Wrong direction.
Light on our head. That's one down.
Worker break shack, huh?
Hey, that's against regulation. What do you think you're doing? Nice doing business with you.
Didn't realize that there were actually employees out here. Oh well. It wants a lockpicking a 90. Guess I know what my next upgrade is going to be. Maybe.
We got trouble.
Do we? We do.
Down they go. Don't mess with us.
Could have sworn I saw it turn to ash right around here. Oh, I did. Okay. And yes, Carrie, I did. It was a can of Borston baked beans. It could be worse, believe it or not, because in BioShock Infinite, let's just say that there's one room where you look in the toilet and you think someone forgot to flush it? Nah, those are potatoes. Aha. Not exactly the way I think they were meant to skip processing, but hey, whatever does it for you. Okay, guess the only thing that's left here is to go into the labs. Already?
The majority of your mental capacities. Please locate the test room through the lobby and to the left. You'll see me through the glass.
I will in just a minute, my dear. Hack 60. View recent appointments. Name, Mrs. Ruth Bellamy. Stage name, Halcyon Helen. Description, lab tour. Name, Administrator Ludovico. Description, production presentation. Messages. To department utility. Subject, cleanup request. Hello, I'm so sorry I haven't had the chance to get your name yet and update the terminal. When you have a moment, could you bring a map to the lobby? Dr. Blossom seems to have had a rather rough night and spilled some coffee on the floor. From L. Blossom. What in the Architect's Blue Blazes is going on? What in blessed corporate law is all that commotion down there? I don't believe the rocket fuel combination distillery mixture was scheduled for another week. Could someone please inform me as to what the racket is all about? You better have a good reason for interrupting my meeting with the administrator. I expect a full explanation and apology within the next 15 minutes, or people are going to start losing jobs. Boy, with all this stuff laying around, someone hasn't been doing their work.
Yet another researcher killed in the line of duty. Who knew research and development was such a dangerous profession?
Before Rizzo's was the confectionery juggernaut you know and love, today, it was an above-average chemical waste management corporation. On one otherwise unremarkable day, an employee on the slurry-stirring shift leaned a little too far over a chemical vat, dropping a single purple berry that had been hidden in his jacket pocket. Instead of being immediately fired for his hazardous incompetence, the employee was given an ultimatum by his supervisor: retrieve the fallen fruit and stay employed. The employee jumped into the vat, swam for the purple berry, and accidentally swallowed it. The rest is history. After he was pulled from the toxic waters, the stirrer stated that the chemical-coated purpleberry hadn't been half bad before falling into a toxic coma, giving his supervisor the idea to sterilize and adjust the chemical mixture for human consumption. Soon the sour-sweet coated purpleberries were more or less edible, becoming Rizzo's first mass-marketed product, the Purpleberry Bunch. Well, let's stop here at the vending machine first. Sell, go over here. I know, right? 4 bottles of Nanospank, a dark matter bar, 4 things of purple berry lunch, 1 of purple berry munch, 3 of purple berry wine, 7 of purple berry punch, Spectrum Vodka Blue, Stogie Slims, 8 rum and somethings, 6 bags of Talritos, 5 of half woolly milk, 2 retro rockets, 2 Spectrum Vodka Orange, Level Head, Woolly Curds, 6 Spectrum Vodka Red, 2 Moab Fizzy Tea, 50 mock apples, 2 mock apple ciders, 2 knock you out bars, 2, wait a minute, the Spectrum Vodka Black, the rarest and most expensive Spectrum Vodka ever produced. The darkest and rarest of the flavors, available for a limited time, Spectrum Black. I still can't help but wonder, though, if Spectrum Black isn't sort of a subtle... oh, sell, please. Holy frijoles. That's a keeper. Armor rating 108. Well, we already have one person who has a toss ball stick. Can't sell. Not going to sell that because that's. Let's see. Stun Baton Ultra. Let's see. Light Assault Rifle Mark III. Well, don't I already have one of those? Yeah, I do. And none of the other characters use them. So, I have multiple. I don't have a bunch of people that use Sentry Sabers. Nice DPS, but there's better DPS out there, so sell that. Plasma Rifle 2, why keep it when I have a Plasma Rifle 3? Improvised Weapon. Another Vermin. Light Machine Gun Mark 3, that's going to Felix as soon as I can. Another Sentry Saber, another Sentry Saber. A Revolver Mark 2. My old Assault Rifle Ultra that I'm not going to need anymore. An old Light Assault Rifle Mark II that I'm not going to need anymore. Tactical Shotgun. Why when I've got a Shotgun 3? Look at the difference. 1148 versus 238. Trip Blade Mark II. Oh, that's mine. Until I find a better Trip Blade, I better not sell it. Or another 200 weapon. That's worth it. I've got 2 Light Machine Gun Mark IIIs. Sell the Stun Baton. Sell the Bolter Pistol 2 because we got a Bolter Pistol 3. Okay, I think we're good to go.
How in the Aether did you get in here? You're not a Rizzo's authorized. Oh, void it all. What does it even matter now? What do you want? Speak up and quickly if you will.
I'm investigating Halcyon Helen's murder.
You do know that Halcyon Helen is a fictional character portrayed by the late actress, Ruth Bellamy, yes? One can't be too sure with so many simpletons around in the day-to-day. Regardless, I am not at liberty to divulge such information with non-employees or personnel lacking security clearance level Spectrum Orange. Of course, if you were to say, contract your services to me, I suppose I could grant you clearance enough to answer your murder-related questions, Mr. Inspector.
Translation, do something for me.
I've found myself in a bit of a pickle. Some of my lab techs have turned rather aggressive following a recent experiment gone awry. Hence why I've barricaded myself in the lab.
Persuade 60. There isn't anything you can do to help?
Yes. I suppose I should make myself useful. Let me think. Ah, I know. I can remotely unlock the supply closets in the lower levels of the
Well,
lab.
that's something.
Perhaps you'll find some useful apparatus or two in them.
What goes on in these labs that would turn your research... I can take care of your problem, but I'll need you to answer some questions afterwards, because I just don't think she'd answer number 2.
Excellent. You have my gratitude, and soon you'll have my knowledge of Miss Bellamy's recent visit as well. Now, if you'd rather not kill my lab techs during this cleanup, I believe you can dispense a sedative gas from a terminal in the utility room.
Still ain't a fan of the way she talks about her workers. I say, we prove her wrong, and find a way to save these people.
The door to the lower labs is sealed for our safety, so you'll need to take the elevator down. I'll unseal the access hallway for you now. Do take care.
Okay, well, there is a weapon in there, but we're going to have to explore the rest of it. But before I do, I'm going to take my blood pressure medication and refill my water bottle. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Well, employee notifications terminal. Greetings, employees and lab staff. Find helpful memorandums and news here. Memo, mind the gas canisters. This is your friendly staff offering a preemptive apology if the elevator hall is crowded with gas canisters. There are quite a few of them and only one of me, so I'm moving them in loads down to the utility room. Do be cautious, they're filled with a sedative potent enough to put a hungry mama raptidon out cold. Thanks for your understanding. After work bar meetup. Dear esteemed colleagues, my team and I are all heading to the Grand Colonial's bar this evening for some drinking and fellowship. All real scientists are welcome to join us. You know, the ones that produce quantifiable data and theorems and don't spend their time jabbering over how this lighting on that bottle will increase customer sentiment. Cheers from someone who understands that market researchers aren't real scientists. Increased protective measures. Team, as we continue our new round of research and product development, I am increasing the required safety gear for lab workers involved. As some of you know, a few recent accidents involving subjects have left workers maimed, scarred, and one worker had their left hand permanently discolored to a shade of lime green. Rizzo's Research and Development District Labs is expected to continuously produce revolutionary advancements in the food and beverage industry. These measures will help us in further pursuit of that mission. Okay, Doc. Well, I can't go anywhere else in the labs until after I've done this, so... And I have skill points available. a little lock picking, and now I can actually get a preview of what's inside locked containers, by the way. So now if I want to, I can decide if it's worth opening them.
All right, hushing up. Coming, Captain. I just wanted to make you smile. All right?
I'm going to have to check my journal now. Kill or otherwise pacify them. As usual, violence remains a constant solution, enemies remaining 9. Well, hopefully I won't have to kill any more of them, but we'll see. Of course, that door's been welded shut. Sulfur-soaked top hat. Once belonged to Captain Phaeson of Byzantium, last seen on Terra on Monarch, standing much too close to the edge of a sulfur pit. This pungent accessory should serve as a reminder of the many terrible dangers found on Monarch, and a further example of why no self-respecting Halcyonite should ever visit. Well, you can't pick that up, but it's there. Now I have to figure out how I'm going to get in there.
Oh yeah, that's funny. Incoming.
Some style on you.
Don't you frown at me! Don't like that at all! I just want to be your friend!
We were destined to prevail.
Had to kill 3 or 4 of them, but at least the rest are still alive. New employee orientation. Welcome, insert name. We're happy to have you as the new mechanic/custodian at insert location. It is your responsibility to ensure your location of employment is tidy and works like a charm. Your duties include, but are not limited to, cleaning of all surfaces, regular maintenance of all machinery, restocking employee break areas, maintenance of all electronic systems, keeping inventory of the location's operational item reserves, voluntary assistance with the lab's research as needed, maintaining through documentation for your possible successor. We know that sounds like a lot, but don't worry. Your predecessor has kept thorough documentation for your needs that you could find on this terminal. We hope you're excited to begin this most fulfilling career, and remember, whoa, 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 it's Rizzo's. How to be a janitor. Utility terminal. Training file corrupted. Please guess how to do your job to the best of your ability. Logs. First day. I've gotten 17 requests from the lab workers that I had to respond to, and also managed to find time to sweep, mop, and buff this whole place. I was hoping that the employee how-to document would help it with some of these machines that I've never seen before in my life, but guess what? The a-hole left it completely blank. Gas hookup. Got a request from Dr. Blossom to hook up the gas lines to some canisters that are mixed with a heavy sedative for dispersal in the lower labs. Luckily, I've got enough experience cleaning all the muck that builds up in the vents to get it all done in a couple of days. Still, I wonder what they're needing this for. I think they took the last of the raptidons out of the lab last week. I guess the pheromone flavoring results weren't as promising as they'd hoped. Experiment participation. Jackpot. Since I read that stupid orientation document, I've been hoping they'd ask me to volunteer for something, and here it is. I get to be a taste tester for the newest Spectrum flavor. I'm heading to the lab right after I fix the clog in the showers. So exciting. Let's see how many I had to kill. That'd be in the journals. Let's see. Does it say anywhere? No. It just says enemies remaining 0. It doesn't tell you how many you had to shoot. All I know is I didn't kill all of them, so I guess I can be proud of that. I didn't keep track, unfortunately. I was kind of preoccupied with trying to get to the terminal. Product Innovation Lab. Trial K08 has produced moderate results. The 0-calorie sweetener produces 36% of the amount of dopamine compared to popular cigarette brands. It is possible that this is as far as we can go without introducing substances that would categorize this as a tobacco product, and we're already towing the line as it is. I'm interested in a trial with a larger set of subjects. However, our lab's resources are getting cut thanks to the new lab that's begun across the hall. Maybe we can offer it to our colleagues in the marketing lab, show them a thing or two regarding proper science. Messages. 2 Blossom, subject lab resources. Dr. Blossom, I apologize, but I wouldn't be doing the team justice if I didn't question the budget cuts this lab has seen. We've had to shelf 3 products and we're losing 2 more researchers. Honestly, whatever's being developed in the lab across the hall better be more addictive than Adrenatime. 2 L Blossom again. I apologize for our team's outburst at the product presentation. I assure you we didn't intentionally mean to scream in terror and assume the fetal position when the Spectrum Brown and its slogan were unveiled. It has to be something the marketing lab did. For law's sake, they aren't even real scientists. If it's brown, drink it down. Yeah, I can understand why they assume the fetal position. From Dr. Blossom, I am sending this message to both teams in the marketing and product labs. I do not know the extent of your squabbles, but they end here. If it weren't for the incredible projection Spectrum Brown shows, we'd all be out of work after that embarrassment at the presentation. I expect more from both departments. Subject, what in the Architect's Blue Blazes is going on? What in blessed corporate law is all that commotion down there? I don't believe the rocket fuel combination distillery mixture... we've already read that one. Oh. It's just showing me what's in there, but I have to have a lockpick of 90 to get into it.
They've reproduced all the comforts of home. Only difference being the Byzantium elites aren't the only parasites here.
See, that guy I know we didn't kill. Lewis, if I may say so, you marketing people are scary. Me and the other engineers are going to want 100 bits extra, each, to keep quiet about this. Anyway, the beds are hooked up with the equipment you requested. Should work fine, sensing when those poor product bastards are in REM sleep. Once they are, the Spectrum Brown slogan plays on repeat at 1/4 of a decibel, with that recording of people being torn apart by canids on a loop in the background. Extreme morbid curiosity bids that I ask how, exactly, you procured a recording of so realistic a nature. Self-preservation, however, outpaces that. Just pay me so I can destroy my memories of this interaction with ample application of Spectrum. Okay, mark those 2 off the list. Purple berry liqueur. A monitor that's not working properly. Two more bottles of rum and something. Yeah, they were experimenting with these things. And my guess is either they got out of control or everything went exactly as they were planning, one of the two. Oh. Is that what I'm... Oh, there we are. It appears whoever works here uses adhesive notes to stay organized. A couple of the more intelligible notes. Rockwell visit to do. Confiscate badges? Done. Reprint badges? Pending. Change maintenance locks? Pending new locks. Order new locks? Done. Reevaluate lockdown procedure. Update docking authority with new lockdown procedure. Intake bet. Over/under weekly. Bottles 5, SIGs 21, weapons 24. Okay. So that's that note taken care of. Now it's just back to the labs upstairs. Ooh, I didn't notice that earlier. A new product, apparently. Let's see. Sissy chops. Chops from a sissy pig. Better than borscht. Anyway, let's go up there and talk to her. Hey, Haptar, what's up? Oh, I gotta take the elevator, of course. Where the hell? Oh, silly. Right over here. Welcome back.
Just doing the... Oh my law. It's you. Wait. What do you think you are?
What in the name of the architect is going on here? Well, that will teach us to get our answers up front.
Parasite jelly. Do not use this jelly to make a sandwich. In fact, do not use this jelly at all. Well, I already have a Tactical Shotgun 3, and that's going to max as soon as I get the chance to mod it.
Dr. Blossom was a horrible person, but she was going to cooperate with you. Somebody wanted to keep her quiet.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Confirmation of discrepancy confirmed. This person is most definitely dead. But recently, they were still alive.
You're sure you heard gunshots earlier, yet this victim's loss of blood is oddly minimal. After much thought, you're unable to deduce any further details. Search the immediate area. Although you distinctly remember hearing gunshots, you don't see any bullet casings. Whoever Dr. Blossom confronted over the intercom, they dispatched her and all 4 of these scientists without much resistance. Means they must be well trained, some kind of sharpshooter or adventurer.
Did the device find anything? Besides the obvious, I mean.
I heard gunshots over the intercom, but don't see any casings.
Didn't she say something about a publicity stunt? Is this whole thing some sort of setup?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned.
There's also the question of how the shooter got out, given that the only other exit from the lab is closed. Collect all 8 variants of Spectrum vodka. View lab notes. The Gatling taunts me from behind its glass cage. The infernal void damn thing refuses to work, and I know the exact cause. It's me. Why am I wired like this? Why? Whenever I tried to fiddle with the internals sober, I broke parts off, or connections failed to fire, or pieces stuck out of the casing and shorted out other components. So of course the solution was obvious. Get at least a little plastered prior to the work period, every work period. When I'm relaxed, my hands don't shake, and it's so much easier to see where things should fit or how to bridge certain connections. The problem, of course, is that I also get artistic. Why should a weapon work on mechanics alone? Why shouldn't you have to say, slot one of every single kind of Spectrum vodka into the thing before it will fire for the first time? I don't even know if it's tied to the weapon's internals or if it's some kind of lock, but it seems like it should fire and absolutely will not. I have to get one of every kind of Spectrum, including black. I can only hope the storage warehouse has had a recent shipment of the entire Spectrum, or all this work will have been for nothing. I have to be the dumbest genius this side of Halcyon. Signed, Dr. Blossom. Well, fortunately, vending machine. There's some blue. There's some orange. There's some red. Okay, looks like the only colors I have are blue, orange, and red. Which means I'm going to have to go back to the other vending machines and try to find some. Lab terminal. View download confirmation. Error file deleted was successfully downloaded to external data cartridge. Messages from Ludovico. Apologies for the late notice, but Mrs. Bellamy has requested a tour of the facilities while she is visiting Eridanos as Halcyon Helen. Please prepare for her arrival in the morning. From Blossom. Well, Leora, you did it again. At long last, you located a bottle of Spectrum Black hidden in a crevice of musty shelf space in the storage warehouse last night. That much closer to finally getting the Spectrum Gatling to work. And what happened? You got all the way back to the water tower before running into a group of primals already diverting themselves with fruits of the fermented variety. One bad blackout later, and here you are, covered in primal vomit without the Spectrum Black. Get it together. Then that's her again, so return to root. Files. Hack 60 parasite findings. Tests involving the parasite Eridanium gagaseus, colloquially dubbed slugs, have produced astounding results. Even when compared against our most promising methods of producing a brain chemical dependency, the pheromone the Eridanium gagaseus secretes produces dopamine more efficiently than anything on record. That explains why they're so happy. Further tests will continue researching how much of the compound we can introduce to subjects and observe the effects. Despite our less than ideal presentation to administration, the product impressed for two main reasons. As mentioned before, this product will produce that boozy feel-good stimulus like no other, but more importantly, the pheromone's makeup is completely unique, which means there are no regulations surrounding its classification. The idea of a completely addictive product with zero laws surrounding it would certainly justify any means.
We gotta hunt this killer down, boss. They're not gonna stop until we do.
Let's see. 3 of 8. Says Spectrum vodka is deposited, but I have them in my inventory. So that's not the only thing I have to do. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to come back here after visiting some of the others where some of the other vending machines and hope they haven't restocked.
Attention all personnel. Unscheduled pollinization cycle is about to commence. Please evacuate the orchards at this time.
Yeah, it's one of the unique weapons.
Releasing the mosquitoes for pollinization. Cycle is now in progress.
I don't really know what a mosquito is, but I think we're about to get educated in a hurry.
Well, one of the optional objectives is down here in the labs, unfortunately. I left without apparently using this in all the places where it could be used. Aha. What?
Timeline discrepancy. Body heat readings indicate that the culprit was just here, mere moments earlier in the timeline.
You gauge that this vent probably isn't supposed to be gaping open, but beyond that it's difficult to tell if someone used it to enter the lab or to escape from it. Seems daring either way, and fun if a little scary, like something a character in a serial adventure might do. Examine the fuse box. There's a cut wire in the box. Someone wanted the power cut to something, but you're not quite sure what. Yeah, I imagine it has something to do with the wasp-ketos that we're about to discover.
Caution advised. Mosquito venom sacs release the chemical, patent pending, name withheld, that makes a single sting up to 12 times more painful and deadly than that of organic wasps.
I can't see! Still got it!
Come on, map. There we go. Huh. I thought I had left it.
Mosquitoes will persistently chase an opponent for miles on end. At Rizzo's, we value the dogged work ethic these noble insects display.
And here comes some more.
That had to hurt!
Here come a lot of them. No, I'm not going to take a -10 penalty to my rifle skills. Hard pass on that one.
You know that mosquitoes will persistently chase an opponent for miles on end? At Rizzo's, we value the dogged work ethic these noble insects display.
Aha.
Here they come.
Here I go. What? Oh. Of course, it's inside the field. And of course, there's loads of them in here too, of course.
Reminder, mosquitoes are aggressive pollinators who have been known to be extremely territorial.
Abort the pollination cycle. Check recent activity. The last activity recorded exceeds the system's 2-week threshold. Hilda, generally when two co-workers get blasted out of their minds on Spectrum Vodka and one of them makes a joke about how wild it would be if someone put wasps and mosquitoes together, he doesn't wake up the next day with a promotion and a couple 100,000 rabid insects on his back porch. I can appreciate a good joke as much as the next guy, but I got a message earlier today about making sure I increase quarterly yields, and it wasn't from you. If you wanted to, I don't know, bail me out sooner rather than later, I'd be most obliged. Hilda, I'll put it bluntly. This place is one bad key press away from total disaster. Earlier today, I accidentally selected the begin pollination cycle function on this terminal. The cycle just activated. No password protection, no confirmation message, nothing. As it so happened, there was a scheduled tour making its way through the orchards at about that moment. Somehow, that idiot groundskeeper's exterminator mechanicals got activated, giving the mosquitoes something to sting that wasn't the tour group. Those people barely got away with their lives, and I don't think we'll be so lucky next time. My supervisor has apparently scheduled me for some kind of standard medical treatment, but when I come back I better have a message from you apologizing for not responding to my messages and containing an immediate transfer to somewhere that isn't here. Hilda, I reread my last message to you, and I feel I owe you the deepest and most heartfelt of apologies. I have been such an entitled bore since I received this promotion. In reality, I should have been thanking you. To oversee the day-to-day coming and going of creatures as majestic as these wasp-mosquitoes is a great honor. Congratulations on your promotion, by the by. I would have thought I'd be mad, especially considering how central my wasp-mosquitoes were to your new position, but since that treatment, I've found it difficult to stay mad about much of anything. I hope you enjoy Byzantium. Don't worry. She didn't. Good grief. Yeah, if I want that, I've got to get my lockpicking skill to 150. Somehow I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, vodka yellow? Blue, orange, red, yellow. Well, I've got 4 of the 8 colors. Now I just have to hope that some of the vending machines I passed by earlier still have some of the other colors. Actually, I can check these machines here. Well, Well, not in that one. And I didn't sell anything to this one.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
All maintenance personnel must thoroughly sanitize after handling engine parts. Associated chemicals are known to cause delirium and lightheadedness. Rizzo's reminds you that proprietary engine chemicals are not intended to be used to induce delirium and lightheadedness. Any personnel caught ingesting or absorbing said chemicals, even unintentionally, will be cited for misuse of company property and charged wages for any affected shifts. Rizzo's candy has been scientifically proven, based on the average lifespan of colonists, to not give cavities. 5 out of 5 Rizzo company doctors agree. Maintenance logs. Topped off coolant should be set for another week. Coolant levels drop faster than expected. I've filled the tanks back up, but I'll keep an eye on them. Looks like we lost coolant overnight. Must be a slow leak in the tanks or piping. I'm requesting authorization for a full inspection from EAC management. No answer on my request. Must have attached the wrong header. Or maybe I CC'd the wrong subdepartment. Trying again. My inspection request is still pending and we're still leaking coolant. I'm just going to look myself, authorization or no. What's the worst they do to me? Messages. Ramirez, sounds like you've got guests wandering the premises at night. That explains the empty bottles and cigarette stubs. The problem is they tend to wander off the side in the dark, and then hotel management has to run in circles trying to get payment for the days the guest is delinquent. I'll assign Security Officer Danvers to patrol the complex after dark. He'll probably insist on giving you nightly reports. He's watched a few too many serials. Easiest thing is to just toss him over the edge when he's not looking. Say you passed him up the chain for processing.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Well, I wish you would show me where that timeline discrepancy was. Because it ain't here. Actually, I thought of something. Because there's that picnic site here, and I picked up all the bottles from that. And then I took them to the nearest... I'm pretty sure I sold them at the nearest... at the nearest vending machine from that. And Mary, I have no idea what the green is supposed to taste like. Or any of the other flavors, for that matter. I'm sure purpleberry is involved in all of them. Because that's what they use, that's what they ferment for the alcohol, apparently. Down sapling row. Maybe. Don't know. I mean, you heard the comments from the analysis tool about how, you know, detected artificial flavorant, number this other thing. 5 different artificial flavorants and more. So... the groundskeeper shack. Ha ha! Are those Halcyon Helen and Typhon Tim I spy, crouching in the dark like terrified sprats? A fine job you two did on my ship. Most of my crew was torn to bits by the rampaging beasts. I have found you to pay you back, with interest. I say we shall defer that payment, shouted Typhon Tim, and his hand flew to his holstered automag. Ere his fingers even touched the weapon's grip, he was struck 15 times in the face by a hail of bullets from Mercer's weapon, at which point he promptly expired. Helen, cool as usual in the face of death, hefted her bottle of nearly 100% meal grub-free purple berry liqueur and hurled it towards the villain. Her aim was true as ever, and the projectile struck Mercer in the forehead, knocking him out so soundly he could not even utter a curse. Fine aim, ma'am, said a woman close by once the other patrons' cheers subsided, though I must say I am sorry for your friend. As was I at first, but then I witnessed what lay in the wake of the bullets. Look. And as she gestured at what was left of Typhon Tim's head, something small and black began to wiggle amongst the gore. Okay, let's see. The shaft of the tossball stick is bent and cracked, exceeding tossball regulation requirements. The end of the tossball stick is matted with Rizzo's dark matter chocolate.
Wicker detected, embedded within the chunks of dark matter. Wicker is not a known ingredient of the dark matter product.
It looks as if someone used this tossball stick to completely obliterate a picnic basket. Maybe it's some kind of upper-class mating ritual.
The only members of a tossball team strong enough to crack a stick in two are the dedicated hackers, like Black Hole Birdie. Whatever Ms. Ruth Bellamy must have relayed to the tossball hacker during their picnic together instigated a furious increase in his usual strength threshold by 52%.
Bertie didn't take kindly to having his advances rebuffed by Ms. Bellamy, in other words.
I'm trying to remember if there's another vending machine out at this end. Okay. No, the only vending machines here are the ones inside the lab, the one inside the lab, and the ones over here. So I guess I'll fast travel back to the orchards. Fortunately, there is a location on the map where you can get all 8 flavors, and that's in the distillation station. Wait a second. Okay. Automechanical deck. Hotel to Wilderness. See, over here in the distillation station, so on the other side of that bridge. Got it. And then I can backtrack over here and get that unique weapon. speaking of, before I forget, perks. Let's see. Well, why don't we bring a whole new meaning to boom headshot? Essentially, if you kill someone with a headshot, it does 1/4 damage to everyone within a certain radius of it. And then let's see. Oh, let's add 5% to... And then... There we go. That'll work. Actually, I'm going to change quests here and quickly run back this other way, and might as well clear this up while I'm out here, because there's no way I'm going to clear up the main quest in this stream. This is just a really big DLC, really. I remember reading somewhere online that the average estimate means that this is going to go for probably at least 4 more streams before I complete the whole thing. We're talking like, I think 38 hours was the listed thing to do everything was 38 hours. If you follow just the main quest, we could have done this in like 4 streams. It's like 12 hours if you just plow through the main quest.
Hey! Oh, wait. I'm supposed to say the slogan. Okay, you can do this, Anna. Here goes. It doesn't matter if you're you or me. We're all part of the Rizzo's family. How was that?
It was really... It rhymed.
I don't have a lie high enough now. Good effort.
You just said it was terrible. The pity stings worse than the shame. I'm sure you've guessed it, but I'm not the best at remembering slogans. And when I can't remember them, I tend to just make them up. But I guess that's why I'm just an intern and not a full-timer. At least, not yet.
You see any sign of a beleaguered actor?
Yes. I thought I saw someone who looked self-important enough to be her by the conservatory some time ago. Not to speak ill of the dead, I simply never liked the way she stole the limelight from the true star. Burbage 3001.
Ah, she's a robosexual.
Who? I certainly am. That aerodynamic chassis, how the light glints off his rotund head, the way he enunciates, cry havoc, and let loose the cadence of war. Excuse me, I got a little lightheaded there. Nobody does Shakespeare like Burbage. What were we talking about? I suppose so. I also suppose Helen won't be stealing the limelight ever again. It's not so different from being a regular worker, just with less pay and less respect.
Sounds about right.
It's also more dangerous than traditional employment. You don't have the experience to back up your work yet, but being fired isn't any less threatening. Work-wise, I do a bit of everything. The orchards have been short-staffed as long as I've been working here. So if there's an odd job around, it usually gets passed to me.
I take it you don't intend to stay an
Much as I
intern.
love delivering coffee and medical attention, not quite, no. Don't tell anyone I said this, but I sometimes feel that our workers could be treated a little better. Maybe only get electrocuted awake every other day? So I'm shooting for administration in Rizzo's. Maybe even the board itself. Best way to evoke change is from the inside, I think.
Best way to evoke change is to stop electrocuting your employees and give them something like an actual alarm clock. It works a lot better.
Much higher chance of promotion. If I can tough it out here without getting axed, I can skip the 5+ years of customer service I'd normally have to deal with. I can prove my merit here and move up in the world. And the sooner I do that, the sooner I can set to improving things for everyone else.
Good luck with
I
that.
get the feeling you don't think I can do it. That's okay. Trying to improve the system from within isn't the most glamorous thing, but I think it's worth the effort.
Oh, I agree.
Laws, you've got a sixth sense for finding the most embarrassing question, huh? My mother is the Rizzo's assistant vice president of flavor testing. She set me up with this position, mostly to keep me from troubling her work, I think. Consequently, I don't always feel like I deserve to be here. All the more reason to work harder, I say. Happy to enlighten you on the fascinating world of internships. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Unless you already have, and I've forgotten. In which case, I probably won't forget a second time.
You haven't been causing trouble in the orchards,
What?
have you?
No, that's ridiculous. I can't tell you I've never made any mistakes, but it'd be pretty hard to keep my job if I were trying to break everything. Though there was the time I tried to fix a broken hinge on one of our mosquito hives and released a swarm. Chased me around the orchards 3 times before I managed to get help.
Considering the whole sting you to death thing, I feel like you got off
Don't
easy.
I know it? Worker friend of mine ran afoul of one of the swarms and had to get new kidneys. Not due to renal failure, but because the mosquitoes kept stinging his kidneys. Don't worry though, mosquitoes are typically only about when living folks aren't in the orchards.
So what happens if they get out during visiting
I'm
hours?
obligated to tell you that mosquitoes never get out during visiting hours. But when they do, the only way to get them to return is to go directly to hive control and activate emergency recall. Which isn't easy, considering all the hives near control. But this is all a departure from what I wanted to say. I've been trying to help the orchards, not harm them. Hold a moment. You haven't found anything, have you?
Found a toxic mix of fertilizer and weed killer on some purpleberry
Why
saplings.
should weed killer affect saplings? Weed killer. It's in the name. It should kill only weeds. That really seems like it's more on product design than on me.
Seems a bunch of our exterminator automechs were on the warpath. Know anything about that?
Well, yes. The orchards are becoming overrun with pests. Usually we give workers handguns and tell them to go to town, which results in many injured workers and a few dead sprats. Our exterminator automechs only kill mosquitoes, and even then, only if an exec somehow ended up in the orchards during a pollinization cycle. So I decided to do some reprogramming. The reprogramming was easy until I locked myself out of the terminal. Then, when I was running away from the bots, I dropped the terminal access card somewhere in the orchards.
Engineering 40. Bots were shooting anything larger than a waspquito. Must not have recalibrated targets.
Believe me, I know that now. Guess I did sort of mess that one up.
Yes, you did. Found a strange substance on the processing console.
Well, maybe. I might have had a supersized cup of mixed purpleberry punch and lemon slap that I might have knocked over when I was running routine diagnostics. Look, I know what you're thinking. But I have the proper permit to mix those drinks. I just left it in my other work uniform.
Uh-huh.
That is quite convenient.
Hey, we have a lot of uniforms. It's hard keeping track of all your belongings.
You're more upset about the drink mix than the fried
Product
console?
experimentation without an R&D license is even more severe than damage to company property. Wouldn't want anyone thinking I'm making black market mixed drinks. But there's nothing to come clean about. I've just been doing my best out here.
Okay. Now that I've talked to her and seriously increased my number of notes on Faithful to Thee Rizzos, I can go turn this quest in. And thankfully that one's pretty close by. Don't think it's very high odds that we'll get to level 25 off of this, but still.
You're back, I see. Glad Slug hasn't managed to scare you off.
I think it's more of a wonder that nothing in these law-forsaken orchards has managed to kill them.
How's the investigation going? You got a complete report for me yet?
I've completed my investigation.
All right. Let's hear the details.
A drink was spilled over the processing console, shorting it out.
A drink? I ain't never heard of no saboteur dumping drinks all over equipment to destroy it. I hate to say it, but that sounds more like worker carelessness.
How many times do I have to tell you this, old man? Slug isn't behind your problems. Slug wouldn't even need to cause you problems. Your own workers do enough.
An herbicide was mixed in with the fertilizer, which ended up killing the saplings.
Ha! Knew Slug was behind the damn sabotage.
Please. We're subtle, but that's too subtle. If we wanted to destroy your saplings, you'd have known them by the blackened remnants of their stems, not some half-assed poisoning.
I took care of the roaming exterminator automechs.
I see you left a few of them intact, even. Smashed more than I'd like, but I guess I'm glad you didn't obliterate them all.
Never did like leaving a job half-finished myself. But that's me.
So what were the fine details of the sabotage anyhow? Were Slug's lackeys trying to get the mechanicals to kill all our waspitos?
You're worried that Slug is trying to mess with your livelihood.
Of course. And what better way to do that than by targeting our pollinizers? They'd be a hell of a pain to kill manually. But if you set the mechanicals to do it...
In your delusional fantasy, the waspitos wouldn't be out until next pollinization cycle. Wouldn't someone notice the rampant mechanicals beforehand?
That seems like a question you should be asking yourself.
That seems like a stretch, Hathaway. Is there a way to manually initiate?
Well, yes. It's possible to manually start and end cycles in Hive Control, but we keep a careful watch on it. And there have been no non-Rizzo's personnel in or out.
Stop wasting everyone's time, Hathaway. What you're proposing is infinitely less likely than an idiot maneuver by one of your incompetent workers. I won't hear any further slander. Let's go through this one final time so even you can't confuse it, Hathaway. Slug didn't do a damn thing to your orchards. You're chasing ghosts.
Talk about ghosts all you like, but someone was screwing with my orchards. If it wasn't Slug, then who the hell was it?
Anna Summers caused your problems, but she didn't do it on purpose.
Summers? The intern? I didn't really take her for a meddlesome type. But now that I think about it, that's why she'd be a perfect saboteur. I'll deal with her later. Right now, we of the orchards have to settle things with Slug. I reckon that you're about as impartial a third party as we're gonna get. Can you mediate?
Ah, what the hell. The orchardist seems to get off on complicating what should be a simple deal, but at this point, I just want to be paid and go. The pollen in the air is agitating.
I'm tempted to do number 4. Now that's how you mediate. However, I think I'll use Persuade just for the extra XP.
Never liked paying bits if I ain't gotta, but you're right. If we get production finished now, we'll be able to pay later. Thoughts, Slug Boy?
I think that's the first interesting suggestion I've heard since our back and forth began. Slug can wait for an increase in costs. I hope we won't have this conversation again.
Now that that's out of the way, we can discuss the intern. If she was really causing all that trouble, I will delight in severing her from her job.
78,000 XP.
Even if I were inclined to believe you, that's some damn severe incompetence you're talking about. I still wouldn't want someone like that working the orchards.
Perhaps you could be of use to each other.
What the hell are you proposing? Let her burn the orchards down while I stand behind her and applaud? We ain't got nothing to exchange.
The intern's an earnest worker. I bet she could do an excellent job with your guidance.
She wants to help, does she? You know what? I'll call your bluff. She can keep at it with close supervision, but if she screws up even once, she's out. Use your pay, with a little extra for getting to the bottom of things. It's gonna be real interesting in the orchards for the foreseeable future. Thanks, I guess.
And more than 2,000 bit cartridges. Okay, what do we have still in the journal? The pool where Horror dwelt. We'll try to get this, and if we run a little bit over time, that's okay too. Okay, the one that's 140 meters in closing must be the worker that's mentioned in the journal. Because the one that's 200 meters plus is the lab where I'm supposed to mix up the solution for the pool.
Rizzo's mock apple cider. A hard cider for a hard life.
And upstairs. Oh, goody. In other words, you don't get there from here. Okay. So... Oh. Right. Stairs. No one looking. 10 bits richer. And that's not stealing.
I saw you meander on out of the pool and into the greenhouse. Now you're here. Does that mean what I think it means?
I read your notes. Suffice it to say I'm
Good.
interested.
If you're interested in burying the pool, I'm interested in paying you.
Why go after a hotel pool?
Maybe not. Maybe I just want Rizzo's working relationship with Slug to implode for the benefit of Spacer's Choice. But you're right. It ain't high profile. And it ain't gotta be. Any damage to Rizzo's is cause for celebration. You ain't gotta concern yourself with my spite. Consider me an average Byzantine, and I'll consider you an average contractor.
Yeah, I don't think I want to get wrapped up.
Shame. Well, I hope you'll soon see Rizzo's for what they are, and help me bring them low.
Thank the law that's over.
First Helen and now this. They need better help around here. Killing guests is bad business.
Okay. Brominating oxalator, blue watercoloring. Really, that's it? I thought I was going to have a puzzle to solve. Okay.
Rizzo's purple berry fudge. A salt sour candy shell around a sweet purple berry flavored scent. Chocolate, pure.
Whatever. It completes the mission.
Pool's nothing but an acrid mess of concrete, I hear. Hope I'll hear the sound of Rizzo's heads hitting the floor next.
All this over a pool. I hope you're paying me well for
Revolutions
this.
have been started over less, I reckon. Maybe. Probably. Here's your pay. Spacer's Choice thanks you for your contributions to future profits.
Well, it's a total of 27,000 experience points for that. And another 625 bits. What else do we have? Disappearance of a watchman? Already a little bit over, but it's a side quest. I don't think it'll take super long. Oh, let's see. Looks like I have to go down. Is anyone looking this direction? Damn it, that guy is. He'd probably see it.
Get any... Something... strange went on.
Of course the hotel don't give their workers a... Jackass is incoming! Captain!
Well done. We're still alive.
It was just a sprat. Rabbit or not. The Spectacular and Thrilling and Great Adventures of Alan Norville and Halcyon Helen, Chapter 45 of 137. And because the ever-resolute Lord Bellhop Alain Norville had bought his automatic Spacer's Choice auto pistol, now with added explosive ammo, which he held in his big muscular hands, the gigantic horde of rabid canids was all dead. Halcyon Helen, looking very beautiful as always, with her beautiful eyes and lips and nice shoes, she quickly grabbed Lord Bellhop Alain Norville's hand. "Oh, thank you so much, Elaine," she sighed slowly, batting her beautiful eyes at him, also slowly. "You are the best partner I have ever teamed up with. You are so big and strong and good at shooting. I wish I had had you with me from day one. Then maybe I would not have so many dead sidekicks." Is there some reason I'm reading fanfic? This pile of cartridges contains IDs of Halcyon and Helen's sidekicks who were killed, mortally wounded, mulched, melted, torn to ribbons, decapitated, or turned into mechanicals in the line of duty, or otherwise identified post-mortem. Typhon Tim, Olympus Opal, Terra 2 Terry, Sparks the Wonder Canid, Burbage's 1900 through 1999, Bolt Vanderhuge, Eridanos Eve, Inconsequential Groundbreaker Maintenance Worker number 13B9, Caleb, Bison the Broker with 4 broken limbs, Halifax, the entire 26th season of the Towelbackers, IDs of Black and Beyond individual recognition, Stakeout C, Steve, Dirk Tenderly. Oh, no, you don't, Sprat.
Shouldn't have stood in our way. Understood. I'll keep my head down. Here they come!
A sprat of unusual size. And I died. Should have used the assault rifle.
Get anything good for lunch?
Hey, I saw that. What do you think you're doing? Just keep your fingers to your own self, okay?
Hey, I saw that!
Oh, God's sakes.
Something mighty strange went on earlier.
What happened, Norva?
Okay, let's try that again, this time without the dime.
Of course the hotel don't give their workers a decent living. Why would they?
Jackass is coming! Finally, we're destined to prevail.
Some kind of shampoo bottle, that's nice.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. detected a structural anomaly within a 0.8 meter radius of this locked door.
Could you narrow that down for me?
This floor panel is 0.3 millimeters shorter than regulation length, suggesting unauthorized modification.
Yeah. And now we know that it's there.
Trust whoever it was.
Oh. How did I not see that on the other side of it?
Here they come.
A champion tossball stick.
Where we go?
Yeah, I just don't see any point in wasting the rifle on regular sprats. Corporation Service Award, Pocket Watch, Sure and Straight, Energy Cell, Heavy Ammo, Light Ammo, Pulse Hammer Gold, Adrena Time. Officer Spine Gold, Energy Cell, Heavy Ammo, Adreno. Corporate Service Award. The Barred Room, Bypass Shunt, Heavy Ammo. Weapon Parts, Bit Cartridges. To whom it may or may not concern, I don't understand why I deserve to be terminated. I was your engineer. I fixed things. Your time clock was malfunctioning. You were logging 1 hour for every 10 I put in. How is that fair? And yeah, I admit it. I wanted that free tour of the distillery. I put in my 10,000 hours, and I deserve to wet my throat with a little Spectrum Violet. I didn't know accepting that free tour meant I'd join the Rizzo's family. You know I can't read fine print ever since that welding accident. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. Catch a freighter back to the Groundbreaker? Sublight won't pick me up, so I guess that means I'm going to go talk to Mr. Ludovico, hat in hand, and beg him to employ me. Sorry, I take that back. I won't have my hat in my hand. I turned that in with the rest of my personals. It was a stupid hat anyway. I think we just picked up another piece of custom equipment in the armor section. No, but holy crap. 51, and, well, there you go. This wall panel has been removed. Judging by the scorch marks on the sides and the blowtorch, its removal does not conform to company guidelines. Thunderclap, another one of the custom weapons. Couple of vials of Spectrum Brown. Dear Diary, my new living quarters are real swell, but I'm having a bit of trouble getting to sleep every night. Management kindly offered to board me up in the hallway while they commandeer my room for Spectrum launch storage. Since then, I swear I've been seeing things. Now I'm sure it's due to lack of sleep on account of the darned leaky pipe above my bed, but last night I saw something like a giant worm slither past me. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm entirely grateful for all the space I have, but I have to find a way to get some rest before I go completely mad. Hack it. It's not like I have any shortage of hacking tools. Access door controls. You have accessed the Bob Mott's personal minimal effort door control protocol. If you are reading this message and you are not Bob Mott's, exit this console immediately and do not enter my personal quarters. 2. R. Motts. This is to inform you that tampering with hotel property is unacceptable. You were not authorized to repair the malfunctioning time clock. I know you were eager to avail yourself of Rizzo's free tour in exchange for 10,000 hours on the clock, but you've forgotten where your loyalties lie. By accepting that free tour, you would have unwittingly agreed to become a part of the Rizzo's family. You're Slug, not Rizzo's. Or rather, you were Slug. I'm disappointed in you, Robert. Consider this message your termination notice, effective on receipt. Fast ration pills. Another corporate service award. Handwritten note. I have eaten the purple berries which were in the refrigerator and which you were probably saving for breakfast. They were awful.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Heavy machine gun Mark II. Holy crap.
This collection of frozen food has not been restocked in some time. Many of these items are not available in the Grand Colonial and must have been brought in from outside. The fridge was transported here from one of the guest bedrooms upstairs.
Okay. Some pep pills, and now we'll go investigate the guy who's locked in A3. Well, we can't get him directly. Okay. Room A2 keycard required. Oh, where the hell is the A2 keycard? Oh, hold on. Underneath the loose floor panel is a slightly dirty keycard for A2.
Incoming!
Everyone all right?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis confirms this is Evan O'Connell. Analysis also confirms he is dead.
What's the cause of
For
death?
additional study of this body's skeletal structure, the cause of death was head trauma.
Are you telling me he wasn't killed by giant murder
That
slugs?
is correct. Evan was not killed by Eridanium gigaseus. However, Eridanium gigaseus do appear to be responsible for the early decomposition of this body's surface tissue.
So what did kill him?
Further analysis indicates Evan's fatal injuries were sustained from blunt force trauma to the back of the skull, and his head collided with the ground. There are traces of blood on Evan's hands, Inspector. Analysis concludes this blood is human, type A. Medical records indicate Evan O'Connell's blood is type O.
So someone else's blood.
It is highly likely the blood is the result of an altercation. If you wish to question Amelia Stillwell, Slug's scheduling records indicate that she is presently on duty at the pilot house checkpoint.
I have to say, for all the fact that, despite the fact that it is exceptionally good at repeating the obvious to me, okay, I guess we have to look around on this side. Aha. A half-eaten bellhop, huh?
I'm trapped in room A3. Please, someone come help me. I'm feeling weak. Please just open the door. I'm not sure how much longer I'll make it. The door's stuck. And I know I need to write a service request, but I can't get it under the door. Is anyone there?
So basically, she died of starvation from being stuck in her room.
How the hell could I not have heard about it? We couldn't even leave our rooms earlier while security was...
Okay, what does the journal have to say? Question Amelia. Okay. And after I finish this side quest, I'll close out the... requires the slug storeroom key to unlock. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that.
That was fun!
I just want to be your friend!
Yeah, well, you can be your friend and give me all the ammo that's left on your ashes.
Non-slug personnel aren't permitted on the pilot house. Can I help you with something?
I need to ask you some questions
Sure.
regarding Evan.
He in trouble or something?
Depends. Can you be in trouble if you're not alive
Is this a
anymore?
joke? You're telling me Evan's dead, and that's your concern? What is wrong with you? I know he got drunk on the job, and I took him back to the hotel to sleep it off. Left him on one of the beds in A2. He seemed fine.
Damn it, I don't have enough persuade.
Why would you think that?
Because of the blood I found. There was a fight in A2, right?
Well, shit. You really are an inspector, aren't you? I walked Evan to A2, like I said. And then, out of nowhere, he just came at me. One minute he's laughing and yelling about sharing his joy. And the next, he's choking the life out of me. Grinned the whole time he was trying to kill me, too.
Slug victim.
Dumb luck, I guess. I got a good hit in, threw him off, and ran like hell. If I'd known the fall killed him, I don't know. I should have told someone. What do you want to know?
I found slugs on Evan's
I
body.
can't help you there.
If Evan was a victim in all this, we owe it to him to find out what happened.
Have you been to Purpleberry Orchards, Inspector? Awfully nice out there. You should visit. Well, think it over.
Why didn't you tell
Because
anyone?
Evan would never attack anyone. I barely believe he attacked me, and I was there. Guess it shook me up pretty good. Evan's always been a total sweetheart. I don't get it. I don't know. The whole thing shook me up something fierce, but I'm still here. I'm upset. Angry at Evan. Sad about him being... you know... scared folks won't believe me. I'm not much for math, so I couldn't tell you how that averages out. But thanks for asking. So, what happens now, Inspector?
I'm not here to get you in trouble. I just want to untangle this web.
I just wish I could understand why he did what he did. Evan is... he was my friend. Or I thought he was. I don't know. I hope you're able to make more sense of this than I can, Inspector.
Yeah, actually I can.
Rizzo's knock you out bar. A CPN 76 milk taco bar with caramel.
And before I go too much further, repair my equipment. Wow. 51 weapon parts to repair all that.
Inspector, you find my missing man? Shit, that's fucking inconvenient. What happened? That whole head. Oh, that's embarrassing. If he's gonna die and leave me short-staffed, he ought to at least have the decency to get mauled by raptidons or something.
Also, Evan was covered in slugs when I found him.
That's unusual, but I don't see how that factors in.
Me either, but I intend to find
Good
out.
for you. That's a nice go-getter attitude you got there. I hope you do figure it out, but my involvement ends here. I gotta figure out who the fuck's replacing Evan. We're short-staffed as it is. A new day, a new pain in my ass.
Let's see, 4,500 XP, 27,000 more XP, 1,250 bit cartridges, Sublight Underground reputation increased. Can't pick that. Is she looking? Nope. Nobody's here? Okay. Okay. And that is all the way to level 25. Lots of stuff I can sell off. I think... Oh, hey. Felix deals increased damage to anyone who has a negative reputation with you that is higher than the positive reputation. Okay. Accept that. Vicar Max, same thing. Planned intervention. If an enemy hits you, dropping you to low health, Max will taunt nearby enemies to focus their attacks on him instead. This only works if Max is already fighting, still conscious, and able to be attacked by the enemy. Max will taunt enemies within 20 meters when you drop below 25% health. Probably don't really need it, but this right, like I said in the previous stream, this rightmost column is unique to the character, so I might as well. And that is where I am going to save and wrap it up for the night. I'm going to sell all that stuff I've been picking up, and we'll continue with the main quest next time. As a reminder, if you're new and you're watching this at some point, don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to see more. And I do have my Discord channel, which is in the description. And have a great rest of your day.